had slipped in front of King's College School, who were the early leaders at 500 metres. And so at 1500 metres, it was Shiplake, and they were followed by Westminster School and then King's College School. And that is much the situation now. It's going to be Shiplake crossing the line first, followed by Westminster, and then King's College School. So as the crews in race 12 cross the line, bring up the rear of the field, we have lane 4, Swilling Ball Aces Grammar School. And behind them, somewhere behind, we have lane 2, Emmanuel School. Emmanuel School in race 12, bring up the rear of the field in this Heat B of Junior School Coxed 4s. I can now give you the results for the heats in the Junior Under-16 Quadruple Sculls. Now, Heat A, Race 8, the winners were Marlow Rowing Club in 706.70. Second were Taipei Sculler School, 708.45. And third, Henry Rowing Club A, 714.13. They were followed by Royal Grammar School High Wycombe and the Windsor Boys School. The King's School Ely crew, who were supposed to be in lane 1, had withdrawn. Heat B of the Junior Under-16 Quadruple Sculls, the winners were Henley Rowing Club B crew, and they were in a time of 7 minutes 30.18. Second was Star Boat Club in 7:35.78, and third was Shandon from Republic of Ireland, 7:40.12. Then it was Warrington Rowing Club, and then Dulwich College A Crew. And finally, race 10, which was Heat C of the Junior Under-16 Quadruple Sculls. And we're waiting for the confirmed results for race 10, Heat C of the Junior Under-16 Quadruple Sculls.
So race 12 is underway, more than underway, approaching final stages in fact. The first of the Junior School B8s. Lane 1, the Oratory School. Lane 2, Hampton School. Lane 3, Dulwich College. Lane 4, the King's School, Chester. Lane 5, St George's College. And Lane 6, London Oratory School. It was Dulwich in the lead at the 500 metre point, 1 minute 38.45 seconds, and indeed continue to lead at the 1,000 metre mark, which they reached in 3 minutes 23.18. But then if you look down the course, you'll see that they had a problem which has caused them to stop rowing. And it is now the London Oratory School in lane 6 who lead. Time to 1,500 metres, 5 minutes 17.33. With a lead of about 2 seconds at that point over Hampton School in lane 2. The London Oratory School perhaps just squeezing away now to an advantage of a length, maybe just about clear water, coming towards the finish line. So London Oratory crossing line first with Hampton School following them, and then King's School Chester, followed by St George's and the Oratory School, pretty close together for 4th and 5th places. So we have a small gap in the racing here, whilst Dulwich Rowing Club, having recovered from their boat stopping problem, paddle in. In fact, the next race has in fact now just started, but let's go back and confirm a couple of official results. Race 10, 30 to the Junior Under-16 Quadruple Sculls, was a win for City of Bristol Rowing Club A crew in a time of 7:16.88 seconds. Second were Wallingford, 7:26.19. Third, South African Schools Rowing Union. Fourth, City of Bristol. Fifth, Dulwich. In the Junior School Coxed Fours, then, official result of race 11, the first of the two heats, a win for Shiplake College A in a time of 7 minutes 33.54 seconds. Second was St George's College, third was Shandon Boat Club from the Republic of Ireland, and fourth was Star Boat Club. And in the other heat of that event, the Junior School Coxed Fours, race 12, a win for Shiplake College B. Time of 7 minutes 27.53 seconds. Second were Westminster School, third were King's College School, fourth were Sir William Borlase's Grammar School, and in fifth place, Emmanuel School. So in that event, the two heat winners, both of them Shiplake College crews, progressed to the final, as do the fastest four from the heats. And looking at times, the fastest four are Westminster School, King's College School, St George's College, and Shandon Boat Club Ireland. So the second heat of the Junior School B8s is underway, race 14 in your programme. This event kindly sponsored for us by Rouse Honey for the Evening Post Challenge Cup. Good tight race this one as they come towards us. As they pass the 500 metre mark, it was Shiplake College in lane 2 with the early advantage, but there was less than 2 seconds covering all the crews. At the 1,000 metre mark, Great Marlow School had come through to lead, and indeed Great Marlow School still lead at the 1,500 metre mark. Great Marlow School's time, 5 minutes and 11.19 seconds. So a really tight race here as they come towards the finish line. First crew qualifies for the final, as do the fastest three losers from these three heats. This is the second of the three, and we can see that there's less than a length, only about half a length between the first four crews here. Probably still Great Marlow School in lane 4 just with their bows in front, but Shiplake in 2 pushing very hard, Radley College in 1 pushing very hard. Almost nothing between these four crews. Blanket finish here, probably going to have to go to the photo finish. I think now Shiplake have come through in lane 2. The early leaders have come back into the lead, coming to the line. Very, very little between these crews. Four crews in half a length. What a great race. Those four crews with about a length of clear water over Eton College in lane 5 and Abingdon School in lane 6. But almost nothing between Radley, Shiplake, St Paul's and Great Marlow School for those first four places. Winner only progressing to the final. Fastest next three crews also joining them in the final. The third heat of the Junior Schoolboy B8s is underway. Race 15 in your programme. In lane 2, Eton College B. Lane 3, the King's School Worcester. In lane 4, Dulwich College B. In lane 5, Shrewsbury School. And in lane 6, King's College School. This third heat of the Junior Schoolboy B8s. It's Shrewsbury School with the early advantage at the 500 metre mark. 1 minute 40.96 seconds to there. And they led by just 0.2 of a second from Eton College. So I'm guessing that's probably about 2 foot or 3 foot or a metre or at the most at the 500 metre mark. Crew's just passing the 1,000 metre mark. And we'll be getting times through on the system very shortly. You might be interested to know that, as last year, we're broadcasting live on YouTube on the Wallingford Regatta channel. And hello to the 60 or so people who are watching that live feed. We have a camera and a cameraman, indeed, at the 1,000 metre point, and another one here in the finish tower. So we knew it was close at the 500 metre mark with just 0.2 of a second between Shrewsbury and Eton College, and Eton has had the better second 500 metre mark and now lead. At the 1,000 metres, it's Eton with the lead, 3 minutes 29.24 seconds, about a second and a half ahead of Shrewsbury. So a really good second 500 there by Eton College, or perhaps a not so good 500 by Shrewsbury. So it's still a really good battle here between Eton College in lane 2, Shrewsbury in lane 5. It's Eton College with the advantage of about a length with 10 strokes to go in this third heat of the Junior School B8s. So as they come to line, Eton College cross first with just a little bit of clear water over Shrewsbury School. Just the winner to go through to the final, and the 3 fastest next crews from the 3 heats, this being the third of 3 heats. Crew in lane 6, King's College School crossing the line in 3rd place, followed by King's School Worcester. As we can see, Dulwich College stopped rowing somewhere around the 1500 metre mark and are now just paddling in lane 7. So I'm assuming the result for them will be a not rowed out verdict in this third heat of the Junior School B8s. So let's just run through the results that we have available for this event, the Junior School B8s. In the first heat, race 13, a win for London Oratory School, a time of 7 minutes 3.41 seconds. Second were Hampton School, 7 minutes 8.94. Third, the King's School Chester, 7 minutes 13.22. Fourth was St George's College, fifth the Oratory School, and Dulwich not rowed out, the early leaders in that event, suffering a failure halfway over the course. In the second of those heats, race 14, a win for Shiplake College, time of 6 minutes 58.04. Second, Great Marlow School, 6 minutes 58.86. And third, Radley College, 6 minutes 59.47. St Paul's School were fourth, Eton College A were fifth, and Abingdon School sixth. And we're still waiting for the official result of race 15, the third of those three heats. But at the moment, it's very much the second, third and fourth place crews from the second heat who are in pole position, as it were, for those other three places in the final. Their times for Great Marlow School, Radley College and St Paul's from heat 2 were all quicker than Hampton School's time in the first heat.
Right, well, now you join us for race 16, which is Heat A of the Women's Challenge Coxless Fours. And we have Curlew Rowing Club in lane 1, Molesey Boat Club lane 2, Imperial College lane 3, Gloucester Rowing Club lane 4, Marlow Rowing Club lane 5, and Headington School in lane 6. At 500 metres, Molesey Boat Club were in the lead, in front of Imperial College in lane 3, and at 1,000 metres, that situation, the relative positions were unchanged. At 1,000 metres, it was a Molesey Boat Club, followed by Imperial College, then Curlew Rowing Club, then Marlow Rowing Club, Headington School lane 5th, and Gloucester in 6th position. At 1,500 metres, again we had Molesey in the lead, followed by Imperial, then Curlew, then Marlow Rowing Club, then Headington School, and Gloucester Rowing Club. With 100 metres to go, it's still Molesey who are fairly comfortably in the lead here, followed by Imperial in lane 3. So it's Molesey Boat Club crossing the line there in this Heat B. Heat A of the Women's Challenge Coxless Fours, followed by Imperial, and then Curlew Rowing Club in lane 1. Now coming through, we have Gloucester as Marley Rowing Club lane 4, followed by Heading to School in position 5, and bringing up the rear, we have Gloucester Rowing Club somewhere behind. Well, now race 17, which is Heat B of the Women's Challenge Coxed Fours, is in progress. This is between Worcester Rowing Club lane 1, Curdy Rowing Club lane 2, Lady Eleanor Hollis School lane 3, Molesey Boat Club lane 4, City of Oxford lane 5, and Vesta Rowing Club in lane 6. Now, at the 500-metre position, it was Worcester in lane 1 who were in the lead. They were followed by Curly Rowing Club in lane 2. Multi-Boat Club in lane 2. Vesta Rowing Club in lane 3. Lady Eleanor Hollis School lane 4. Curly Rowing Club lane 5. And City of Oxford lane 6. Now, the race has passed 1,000 metres, and we're waiting for the update on the times. So it's still, from our position, it looks as if Worcester Rowing Club is still maintaining that lead over Curlew in lane 5. This angle is a bit difficult to be absolutely sure. So this is race 17 in the Women's Challenge Cox's 4 Heat B. And in this and in the other races in this event, the first crew goes to the final directly, and the next fastest 4 from all the heats also will join them in the final. So in race 17, Heat B of the Women's Challenge Cox's 4th at 1,500 metres. Worcester had maintained their lead over Molesey in lane 2 and Vesta in lane and Vesta Rowing Club in lane 3. So it's Worcester Rowing Club approaching the finish line in race 17, followed by Curdy Rowing Club in lane 5. In correction, we've now got Lady Eleanor. So it's Worcester Rowing Club, followed by Curly Rowing Club. we're waiting for the confirmation of the results of the Women's Challenge Coxless 4 heats. But meanwhile, race 18 is on the course, which is Heat A of the Women's Club 8s. Now, in lane order, we have Vesta Rowing Club in lane 1, Molesey Boat Club lane 2, Thames Rowing Club lane 3, St Paul's Girls' School lane 4, Staines Boat Club lane 5, and Agecroft Rowing Club in lane 6. At the 500-metre mark, it was Vesta who were in the lead, followed by Agecroft and then Thames Rowing Club. And then they were followed by Molesey Boat Club, St Paul's Girls' School and Staines Boat Club. At 1,000 metres, it was Vesta who'd maintained their lead, followed by Molesey Boat Club, followed by Thames Rowing Club lane 2, and then Agecroft in lane 6. Then it was Molesey Boat Club in lane 2, Staines Boat Club in lane 5, and St Paul's Girls' School in lane 6. Well, now race 18 has passed the 1,500-metre mark, about 200 metres to go, and from our commentary position, looks as if, well, it's now very close between Vesta Rowing Club and Molesey Boat Club. Correction, Thames Rowing Club in lane 3. And in fact, at 1,500 metres, it was Vesta Rowing Club who were leading, followed by Thames Rowing Club, then Agecroft Rowing Club in lane 6, then it was Molesey Boat Club in lane 2, then Staines Boat Club in lane 5, and St Paul's Girls' School in lane 6. So it's a very close race here between Vesta and Thames in race 18, Heat A, the Women's Club 8s. So the crews in race 18 are crossing the line. And in sixth position, we have Staines Boat Club in lane, correction, we have Now, race 19, which is Heat B of 3 heats in the women's club 8s, has gone past the 1,000-metre mark. We have in lane 1, Sons of the Thames Rowing Club, lane 2, City of Oxford Rowing Club, lane 3, Sir William Borlase, lane 4, Thames Rowing Club, lane 5, Lee Rowing Club, and lane 6, City of Bristol. At the moment, from our commentary position, it seems difficult to decide exactly who's in the lead. Probably lane 5, I would say, looking at this, Lee Rowing Club. We're waiting for the latest info from the intermediate positions. Now, in race 19, at 1,000 metres, the leading crew were indeed Lee Rowing Club, and they were followed by so then it's Sons of the Thames Rowing Club, then City of Oxford Rowing Club, lying third at that point, then Sir William Borlase Grammar School, Thames Rowing Club, and City of Bristol. Now, they've passed the 1,500 metre mark, and it looks as if Lee Rowing Club are maintaining their lead, though lane 1, Sons of the Thames, are clearly challenged them fairly hard. Lee Rowing Club at about 32 strokes to the minute. At 1,500 metres, it was Sons of the Thames who had taken the lead in Heat B of the Women's Club 8s, followed by Lee Rowing Club. So not much to in fact, Sons of the Thames about 4 seconds in front of Lee Rowing Club at that point, followed by City of Oxford, then Thames Rowing Club, City of Bristol Rowing Club, and Sir William Borlase School. Sons of the Thames maintaining 33 strokes a minute. Lee Rowing Club also at 33. And they're now approaching the finish line, so it looks as if Sons of the Thames are going to win this race. First crew in this race progresses to the final, and then from all the heats, the next fastest 3 crews will join them. This is Thames Rowing Club just bringing up the rear in race 19, the Heat B of the Women's Club 8s.
Here's a special announcement. Would Heather Alstom please go to crew reception? Heather Alstom, where you can be reunited with a piece of lost property if you can tell us what it is that you've lost. So that's Heather Alstom to registration, please.
Race 20, Heat C of the Women's Club 8 is in progress. In this, we have Reading Rowing Club in lane 1, Thames Rowing Club in lane 2, Shandon Ireland, Republic of Ireland lane 3, Kingston Rowing Club lane 4, Putney Town Rowing Club lane 5, and Canter Bridge in lane 6. And at 500 metres in race 20, Kingston Rowing Club were leading from Canterbridge. Then it was Reading Rowing Club, followed by Shandon from Republic of Ireland, then Thames Rowing Club, and in 6th position at that point was Putney Town Rowing Club. In this event, Women's Club 8, the first crew to cross the line in each heat will progress to the final, and then the next fastest 3 crews from all the heats will also progress to the final. So the heat winners go directly through, and then overall the next fastest 3 will join those heat winners in the final. Now, we're still waiting for updated information about race 20. At the 1,000-metre position, it was Canterbridge in lane 6 who were leading. And from our commentary position here, I can see that lane 6, Canterbridge, are indeed leading this race as it approaches the finish line. And they're followed by Kingston Rowing Club in lane 4, and then Reading Rowing Club in lane 1. So again, the leading crew will progress to the final, and then from all the heats, the fastest 3 other crews will join those heat winners. So race 20, Women's Club 8, Heat C, and it's Canterbridge who are about to cross the line to take that qualification position for the final.
Race 21 is now on the course. Heat A of the Women's Challenge Coxless pairs. 2 heats. The first goes through to the final, and the next fastest 4 from the 2 heats will also go through to the final. And at the 500-meter mark, in first place was Thames, in second place Godolphin and Latimer School, in third position Headington School, in fourth position Emmanuel School, fifth Warwick, and 6 Sons of the Thames. Race 21, we have the positions for from the 1,000 meters, and at that stage Thames maintained their first position, and second Headington School, third Godolphin and Latimer Upper, fourth Emmanuel School, fifth Warwick, and 6 Sons of the Thames. We're waiting for the positions for 1,500, but the crews are now actually approaching the last 250. And from our position here, it looks as if Thames at 34 are still in the lead. And probably second, I think, are Headington School in lane 2. Sorry, in lane 1. Just to remind you, the winner of this heat goes through to the final, and of the 2 heats, the next fastest 4 will join those 2. And as they come into the last 20 strokes, Thames have about a 1-length lead over Headington School, with the rest of the field many lengths behind. Thames at 32.5, 4 strokes to go, so I'm pretty sure they'll go through to the final directly. And Headington close behind them, about 1 length down. We now have race 22 on the track, which is the Heat B of the Women's Challenge Coxless pairs. Just to remind you, the winner will go through to the final, and of the two heats, the next fastest four will join them. In this race, lane 1, the King's School Chester, lane 2, Headington School, lane 3, Thames, lane 4, Marlow, lane 5, Lady Eleanor Hollis School, lane 6, Godolphin and Latimer School, and lane 7, Warwick. And at the 500-metre position, Marlow in lane 4 were leading from Godolphin and Latimer School, and in third position, King's School Chester, then Thames, leading Eleanor Hollis School, and finally Warwick. And at 1,000 metres, Marlow was still in the lead from Godolphin and Latimer School in second position, in third, Headington School, in fourth, Thames, fifth, Lady Eleanor Hollis School, and sixth, Warwick. The timings coming up from 1,000 metres indicate that Marlow have a comfortable lead of about 7 seconds. We've just spotted from our eagle-eyed observer here that Okay. Our observer indicates that Headington School, despite the information we just given from the lane positions, Headington School did not make the start for some reason. So the crews have passed 1,500. The results of that have not come through, but it looks as if Marlow have a comfortable lead over, well, it's such a comfortable lead, it's difficult to see who the next crews are, but it's Marlow several lengths, I would have thought, in the lead at this point. And the crews are now in the last 250, and it's clear from the commentary HUD here that Marlow have a comfortable lead over Godolphin and Latimer School. Probably Marlow at 33, and I should think they have a sort of 2 to 3 length lead over Godolphin Latter in second place. With the rest of the field some way behind, but this is going to be a comfortable win for Marlow, and quite a scrap actually for the fastest losers to go through into the final.
So we have a little gap in the racing. Let's run backwards and bring you a few results. So going back to the women's club, I think we've read that one out, race 20, heat C of that event. A win for Cantabrigian in a time of 8 minutes, 3.63 seconds. Second, 8 minutes, 7.89 seconds. Third were Reading, fourth Shandon Boat Club Ireland, fifth Thames Rowing Club, and sixth Putney Town. In the women's challenge Coxless pairs, the first of the three heats we've just witnessed, race 21, a win for Thames Rowing Club A in a time of 9 minutes, 21.76 seconds. Second were Headington School A, 9 minutes, 24.99. Third, Godolphin and Latimer School, 9:30. Oh, my apologies. Third in that race 21 were Latimer School, fourth Emmanuel School, fifth were Warwick Boat Club, and sixth Sons of the Thames. So race 23 is underway, the first heat of the junior under 16 Coxed fours. First of three heats. In lane 1, Kingston Rowing Club. In lane 2, King's College School. In lane 3, the London Oratory School. Lane 4, St Paul's School. Lane 5, Abingdon School. And lane 6, Hampton School. As they passed the 500 metre mark, it was Kingston Rowing Club in lane 1 with the advantage. Time to 500 metres of 1 minute 58.95 seconds, with about a 1.5 second advantage over KCS in lane 2. As they pass the 1,000 metre mark, it's still Kingston Rowing Club in lane 1 with the lead, but now St Paul's School have come through into second place with King's College School third. Kingston Rowing Club's time to 1,000 metres, 4 minutes 3.75 seconds. They've passed the 1,500 metre mark. They're coming up past the enclosure. Very clear that Kingston Rowing Club in lane 1 and St Paul's School in lane 4 are the two crews challenging for the win in this first heat of the junior under 16 Coxed fours. The winner progresses to the final, as do the next three fastest crews from these three heats. Inside the last 100 metres or so of this first heat of the junior under 16 Coxed fours, Kingston Rowing Club in lane 1 with an advantage of a couple of lengths of clear water over St Paul's School in second. Looking like Kingston Rowing Club will progress to the final. Paddling in these better conditions towards the finish line here. Those of you watching on YouTube will be able to see just how rough the water is down near the start, the first half of the race. A little flatter here towards the finish. Kingston Rowing Club crossing the line with about 2 lengths of clear water over St Paul's School, who are followed home by King's College School. Those three crews well clear of a completely separate race for 4th, 5th and 6th between Hampton School, Abingdon School and London Oratory. Race 24 has just started, the second heat of the Junior Under-16 Coxed Fours for the Stackhanovite Cup. This event kindly sponsored for us by Rock the Boat. In this second heat, Lane 1 St Paul's School, Lane 2 St Edward's School, Lane 3 Radley College, Lane 4 Dulwich College, Lane 5 Winchester College, and in Lane 6 King's College School. As this event is sponsored kindly by Rock the Boat, I think it's an appropriate moment to mention that Rock the Boat are trying to raise £19,000 to get Helen Dyson, who was Great Britain's first ever Paralympic gold medal winning woman rower, a wheelchair. Helen had a further operation on her back last week, I believe, and Rock the Boat through justgiving.com trying to raise sufficient funding for a Jenny Segway wheelchair for Helen Dyson, give her back her independence, confidence, and perhaps even a bit of va-va-voom. So you're very welcome to visit Di on the Rock the Boat stand down near the boathouse and make a donation in person, or you can donate through justgiving.com, and your donations will be very, very much appreciated. Thank you. So looking back down the course at the crews as they begin to come towards us in race 24, only 4 of the 6 crews have started this race. It looks to us like St Paul's School, St Edward's School, Radley, and then we think Dulwich are the 4 who've started. So to confirm, the 4 crews who are competing in this second heat of the Junior Under-16 Coxed Fours, Lane 1 St Paul's School, who led at 500 metres in a time of 1 minute 58.95 seconds, with an almost 4-second advantage over St Edward's in Lane 2. Third were Radley in Lane 3, and fourth Dulwich College in Lane 4. 500 metre crews were spread out by about 4 lengths between St Paul's leading and Dulwich in 4th place. Passing the 1,000 metre mark, it's still St Paul's School in the lead. Time of 4 minutes 3.36 seconds to the 1,000 metre mark. And St Paul's are now leading St Edward's by 3 lengths. Those of you looking at this event in the printed programme will notice some differences. And this is another event which has been redrawn this morning on the basis of number of scratchings from heats 3 in order to just try and even out the 3 heats so that they have something approaching equivalent numbers of crews in each. So past the 1500 metre mark, St Paul's School still lead, 6 minutes 15.89 seconds to that point, and a substantial advantage, 11-12 seconds now over St Edward's School in lane 2. Those 2 crews well clear of Radley in 3, and what we increasingly believe is King's College School B crew in lane 4. Coming towards the line, St Paul's School leading comfortably, paddling in almost quite gently now. Last couple of strokes coming up to the line. St Paul's School in this second heat of the junior under-16 Coxed 4s. Crews behind them still racing for time. First in each heat going through to the final to be joined by the next three quickest crews. So St Edward's School cross second. And then a very big gap back to Radley College and KCS. Race 25 is underway, the third of these three heats of the junior under-16 Coxed 4s for the Stakhanovite Cup, kindly sponsored for us by Rock the Boat. So third heat of the junior under 16 Coxed fours. It looks like Hampton School out well in front of anybody else, leading by several lengths. Probably from Abingdon School in lane 2 and the South African Schools Rowing Union, who are across in lane 7. Don't think we've said it yet this morning, but we ought to welcome the South African Schools Rowing Association back here to the regatta. I think this is their 3rd year running that they're with us, and we're very honoured to have them and very pleased to see them here. But so Hampton School, about 10 strokes to go to the line, with a very substantial advantage over Abingdon School, who are followed by London Oratory School. First 3 crews in this 3rd heat of the junior under 16 Coxed fours. South African Schools Rowing Association in lane 7 perhaps have dropped back a little bit in the second half of this race. But Hampton a long way clear of Abingdon School, followed by London Oratory School. So the second London Oratory School in this race coming towards the finish line now, and Shiplake College look to be struggling a little bit in these conditions, quite some way back to complete the field in this 3rd heat of the under 16 Coxed fours. As another important announcement, would Mr. Ian Brooks, that's Mr. Ian Brooks, please go to crew registration in the main boathouse, where again you can be reunited with a bit of lost property if you can tell us what it is. So that's Mr. Ian Brooks to registration, please. Thank you.
We now have Race 26, well up the course. It's the Heat A of the Challenge 8s, the first of 2 heats. The first crew of each heat goes through to the final, and the next fastest 3 from the 2 heats will join them there in this race 26. In lane 1 is Marlow, lane 2 Eton College B, lane 3 Abingdon School, lane 4 London A, lane 5 Thames, and lane 6 Winchester College. Information from the timing huts isn't coming through, but the crews are now in the last, coming up to the last 250, and it looks as if Thames in lane 5 have a fairly comfortable lead over the whole of the rest of the field. So they have about a length and a half clear coming into the last 250 strokes. They're at Thames rating 33 at the moment, so they're still pushing down some hard work here, but they are comfortably clear of the rest of the field. But there's a big battle going on for the subsequent places. Thames just striding out now to a comfortable win, and it looks as if it's going to be neck and neck for the second place. Race 27 has started, which is Heat B of the Challenge 8s. In lane 2, obviously lane 1 is not occupied in this race. Lane 2, King's School, Chester. Lane 3, St Paul's School. Lane 4, Oriel College, Oxford. Lane 5, Radley College, and lane 6, Royal Chester. And at the 500-metre mark, St Paul's School in lane 3 had about a 1 length lead over. I'm reading this information as it's coming live down the old-fashioned wire. Second were Radley, and fourth Oriel College, then King's School Chester and Royal Chester bringing up the rear. That was the position at 500 metres. Just to remind you, the winner of this heat will go through to the final, and the next fastest 3 from the 2 heats will join them there in the final. We have the results coming through from the 1,000-metre hut,
1,000 metres.
at which position St Paul's School maintained their lead over Radley College. In third position, Oriel College, Oxford, followed by Royal Chester, with King's School Chester bringing up the rear. That was the position at 1,000 metres. St Paul's School in the lead. We aren't getting times through from the intermediate huts, but from our camera position here, it looks as if St Paul's have a possibly one length lead over Radley in lane 5, but it's difficult to be precise, and there's about a quarter of the course still to go. And at 1500s, St Paul's are still in the lead, Radley second, Oriel College third, Royal Chester fourth, and King's School last. St Paul's School have an approximate 2-length lead over the rest of the field, and will go through to the final, and it looks of the other 4, Radley have their noses in front by possibly a length ahead of Oriel College. So now St Paul's School are now comfortably into the last 250. It's much calmer up at this end of the course. They're lengthening out. They can see the rest of the field behind them, and they have possibly a 3-length lead over Radley, who are 1 length ahead of Meanwhile, we have race 28 on the track, which is the 3rd heat of the Challenge 8s. Winner through to the final, and the next fastest 3 from the 3 heats go through to join them. And in lane 2 is Shrewsbury School, lane 3 Curlew, lane 4 Eton College A, lane 5 London B, and lane 6 Hampton School. And at 500 metres, Shrewsbury School were half a length ahead of Eton College A, and in third position Curlew, then Hampton School, and finally London B. Race 28 has passed the 1,000-metre mark, at which point Shrewsbury School maintained their lead over Eton College A. In third position still Curlew, followed by Hampton School and London B. The crews have gone past 1500s. We're waiting for the formal announcement of who's in the lead, but Shrewsbury are striking about 33 and have a narrow margin at that stage over Eton A in lane 4. And indeed, 1500 tell us that Eton are now in the lead, or were in the lead at the 1500, with Shrewsbury now in second place. Third place Curlew, then Hampton School and London, and the crews are now coming into the last 250, and it's a real ding-dong between Shrewsbury and Eton A. From the commentary tower here, it looks as if Eton have possibly a narrow lead, but it's going to be, I think, a photo finish. There's maybe a canvas in it in favour of Eton over Shrewsbury. Yes, Eton have a canvas over Shrewsbury as they come to the finishing line, with Curlew in third position, about 1 length behind. Race 29 is now on the track, which is Heat A of the Women's Junior 16 Coxed fours.
500 is let me just reiterate, the order was 1, 2, half length between them.
So the crews in this race: lane 1 Marlow, lane 2 Putney High School, lane 3 Lady Eleanor Hollis B, lane 4 King's School Chester, lane 5 Godolphin and Latimer School, and lane 6 is Kingston A. And at the 500 mark, Marlow had a half-length lead over Putney High School. In third position, Kingston A, fourth Godolphin and Latimer Upper, followed by Lady Eleanor Hollis B and King's School Chester.
Well, now race 29 is proceeding down the course and between 500 and 1,000 metres, coping with the slightly choppy conditions down there. I'm looking at the screen here, our video coverage of the racing is looking a little bit lumpy there. I can see also on our screen that we're being photobombed by a flock of seagulls who are challenging for the view at 1,000 metres. So waiting now for the latest info from our colleagues at the 1,000-metre timing hut on the relative positions of the crews at that point in the race. It looks from our video screen here as if it was Marlow Rowing Club in lane 1 who are in the lead at that point, but we're waiting for further details. And the position in race 29 at 1,000 metres was that Marlow were in the lead, about a length in front of Putney High School. They were followed by Kingston Rowing Club, A crew, who were in turn followed by Godolphin and Latimer School, and then Lady Eleanor Hollis School, B crew, and King's School Chester. As the crews move from 1,000 metres towards 1,500 metres, you can see the water is just calming a little. It's quite lumpy, quite choppy near 1,000 metres. Not so bad now in the vicinity of the 1,500 metre mark. And it looks as if it's still Marlow Rowing Club who are maintaining a lead, but we'll wait for the race to get closer to our position in order to be able to confirm those details. And at 1,500 metres, it was, in fact, Marlow Rowing Club still maintaining a lead, about a length in front of Putney High School, lane 2, who were about 2 lengths in front of Kingston Rowing Club in lane 6. Those 3 crews in race 29 were well ahead of the other 3 crews in the race. And now the leading crew's got about 250 metres to go to cross the finish line. And Marlow Rowing Club maintaining a lead that looks to me from here as if they've got some clear water over Putney High School in lane 2. And Kingston Rowing Club on this side of the course in lane 6. In the 3rd position, but there's quite a gap then between those 3, between Kingston Rowing Club and the remaining 3 crews in this race. So just to remind everybody, the first crew in this heat goes straight through to the final, and then from the other heats in this event, women's junior under 16 Coxed 4s, the fastest 4 will proceed to the final. So it's Marlow Rowing Club crossing the line first in race 29, followed by Putney High School, and then Kingston Rowing Club A crew. And then it'll be a little while before the remaining crews cross the line. So that's race 29, Heat A, Women's Junior Under 16 Cox 4s. Well, now the last couple of crews in race 29 are approaching the finish line, but at the same time, race 30, which is Heat B of the Women's Junior Under 16 Cox 4s, has started, and they're battling valiantly through some fairly choppy conditions down at the start. Definitely not the flattest conditions that one might perhaps hope for on this lovely rowing lake. And so we're waiting for further information now for Heat B of the Women's Junior 16 Cox 4s, race 30. And when one sees conditions like this on a rowing lake, one is reminded of the years ago in what was then the Soviet Union at Trakai. They, having constructed one rowing course, they then constructed a second rowing course at right angles to it, so that in the event of unfavourable wind conditions, they could switch to the alternative rowing course. Unfortunately, that wasn't really an option available to those who were building this course in the 90s and 2000 onwards. But it's a nice thought. If anyone had the space and the money, one could build two courses at right angles to overcome the meteorological hazards. Well, now in race 30, Heat B of the Women's Junior 16 Cox 4s, the situation at 500 metres was that Henley Rowing Club in lane 3, who at the time were striking 33 at the minute, were about half a length in front of Emmanuel School in lane 2. And they in turn were about 2 lengths in front of Kingston Rowing Club B crew in lane 4. Then it was Sir William Perkins School lane 5 and Lady Eleanor Hollis School A crew in lane 1. Moving away from 500 metres, Henley Rowing Club maintaining their lead, but now striking 30. And we've just gathered that Lady Eleanor Hollis School aid crew, who were supposed to be in lane 6, have in fact scratched from this race. So there are 5 crews. If you're following us on the YouTube link, you can see the lead that Henny Rowing Club has in this race. Good couple of lengths in front of the next crew, which Manual School. And at 1,000 metres, Henny Rowing Club are about 2 lengths in front of Emmanuel School in lane 2. Then it's Kingston Rowing Club B crew in lane 4, Sir William Perkins School in lane 5, and King's School Worcester in lane 1 in 5th place. Well, now, at the 1,500 metre mark, Henny Rowing Club striking 28. I should say approaching the 1,500 metre mark, Henny Rowing Club now striking 28. Maintaining their lead over Emmanuel School in lane 2. Well, race 30 is now past the 1,500 metre mark, and at that point again, Henley Rowing Club maintaining their lead over Emmanuel School in lane 2. Just to remind everybody that the first crew to cross the line in this Heat B of the Women's Junior 16 Cots 4s will progress directly to the final, and from the 2 heats, the fastest 4 other finishers will join the 2 heat winners in that final. So with about 200 or 300 metres to go, it's Henley Rowing Club leading over Emmanuel School, and then Kingston Rowing Club some way in front of Sir William Perkins School and King's School Worcester. Henley Rowing Club maintaining their lead in race 30, Heat B, the Women's Junior 16 Colts 4s, and they maintain a pretty steady rate of striking of 30 to the minute. So it's going to be Henley Rowing Club over Emmanuel School, Quinn Turner in front of Kingston Rowing Club. Behind them are Sir William Perkins School in lane 5 and King's School Worcester in lane 1. So the conditions a little bit flatter here at this end of the course, but there's no doubt that further down in the earlier part of the races, the lumpy conditions are making it more difficult for people, making the blade work more difficult. So these are the crews in race 30 now, crossing the line. Kingston Rowing Club about to cross the line. And then on this side we've got Sir William Perkins School in lane 5 following Kingston. Right, Sir William Perkins School about to cross the line and across the other side of the course in lane 1. Little way behind we see King's School, Worcester. So now finally here's Sir William Borley, correction, King's School, Worcester about to cross the line. Now we're going back to the start of the next race.
So we're waiting for the next race. In these conditions, these crews are having some considerable difficulty getting attached and getting straight. And this next race involves junior under 15 B8s. So with this very strong headwind, of course, as soon as an 8 gets a little bit offline, the wind swings the boat round, 8s being the most difficult of the boats to keep straight. And of course the junior under 15s being the least experienced perhaps, or amongst the least experienced crews here. So we are having a little bit of difficulty down at the start at the moment, getting the 6 crews attached and straight for race 31. And we'll let you know what happens shortly. So race 31 has now started. The first heat of the junior under 15 B8s for the Chris Bomford Challenge Cup. And this event kindly sponsored by Philippa Bomford, and our thanks to her for her continuing support of the regatta. In lane 1, Sir William Borley's Grammar School. Lane 2, King's College School's B Crew. In lane 3, London Oratory School. Lane 4, Eton College A. Lane 5, Radley College. And lane 6, Hampton School. All 6 crews struggling with the conditions down at the start. Those of us sort of near the finish can see that it's a little bit rough here, but it's really quite rough down near the start. And indeed, at least one crew has stopped rowing. Others seem to be continuing to race. No, I think 2 crews have stopped rowing. So Sir William Borley's Grammar School in 1. King's College School appear to be one of the victims of the crew. Now the umpire now is waving a red flag to stop the race. Other umpire launches move in to make sure that message is picked up by all the crews, who I think now have all stopped rowing. Conditions really quite bad in the first 200, 300 metres of this race. Of course, with the wind in this direction, unusually coming out of the southeast, the wind's just blowing directly up the course. It's picking up water and making the conditions progressively worse as you get closer and closer to the start. We wait to see what the umpire decides to do with the junior under 15 B8's race 31, which he has stopped. So the crews in race 31 appear to have cleared off of the course. And the crews in race 32 are lining up on the stake boats. Second heat of the junior under 15 B8s. Just these two heats in this event for the Chris Bomford Challenge Cup, the event sponsored by Philippa Bomford. So in this second heat we should expect to see in lane 1 Bedford School, lane 2 Monmouth School, lane 3 Eton College B, lane 4 Latimer Upper School, lane 5 King's College School A, and in lane 6 Abingdon School. Okay, so race 32 has started. They managed to get the 6 crews onto the stake boats and aligned suitably, which of course might not mean perfectly in these conditions. So this is the second heat of the junior under 15 B8, second heat in the programme. Of course the first heat was stopped, and I'll go back to the start to have another go. So we understand that 2 of the crews have switched lanes in this, so we believe we have in lane 1 Bedford School, lane 2 Monmouth School, lane 3 Eton College B, lane 4 King's College School A, lane 5 Latimer Upper, and in lane 6 Abingdon School. So these 6 crews appear to be coping just a little bit better with the conditions than their competitors in the previous heat. Umpire is having to do a little bit of work to warn crews on their steering. We can see water breaking over the riggers of these crews, just as perhaps the crew rolls the boat and dips one set of riggers very slightly, and waves breaking across them. But they are all rowing, doing their best into this quite stiff headwind. So past the 500 metre mark, it's Bedford School in lane 1 with the advantage over Monmouth School in 2, then King's College School in lane 4, Eton College in lane 3, Latimer Upper in 5th place in lane 5, and Abingdon School in lane 6. So looking at our TV image that's being broadcast on YouTube from the camera at the 1,000 metre mark, and is just panning down the course a little bit. It does look like Bedford School in lane 1 have a reasonably clear lead now over Monmouth School in 2. Bedford School certainly with clear water over Monmouth. Passing 1,000 metre mark, Bedford School in lane 1, perhaps now lead by 3 lengths from Monmouth School in lane 2, with King's College School in lane 4 about a length behind Monmouth. Water not quite so rough in the second half of the course, but it is still just catching occasionally on a rigger and just breaking over a backstay or a front stay. Crews doing their best to cope with these difficult conditions. And just to confirm, as it passed the 1,000 metre mark, the running order was as before. So Bedford School comfortably ahead of Monmouth School, with King's College School in 3rd place, Latimer Upper in 4th, Abingdon School 5th, and Eton College bringing up the rear. As they pass the 1500 metre mark, Bedford School now lead by 4 lengths from Monmouth School, who have a 3/4 of a length advantage over King's College School. Both Bedford and Monmouth rating 33 strokes per minute, which is, I think, quite reasonable for J15s into these conditions. Bedford School, of course, with a 4-length advantage, don't need to overexert themselves from there. Crews behind racing for time, first to the final. Next, fastest 4 crews from these 2 heats also to join them in the final. However, just one possibility, if conditions deteriorate, we may have to switch to awarding based on time. So even for Bedford School out front, they might be easing off a little bit, but they shouldn't. They do need to beat the time of the winning crew in the other heat, which I think we will see in a few minutes' time. At Bedford School inside the final 10 strokes or so. The water's distinctly flatter here. It's a relative term, of course, but distinctly better here than down at the start. Coping quite nicely with the conditions as they come to the finish line. Bedford School in this heat of the junior under 15 B8. Bedford finishing at 33. Monmouth School and King's College School having a good fight for second place. KCS nearest to us perhaps now with a half-length advantage over Monmouth. So my apologies, that's Latimer Upper who've crossed over in second place. Looks as if they may have switched lanes. So Latimer Upper crossing the line second, Monmouth crossing in third. And then a very big gap back to, this is KCS now coming in 4th place. Abingdon School and then Eton College. So that was race 32, and we now have race 31 on the course. It looks like it to us from the finish line. Race 31 being the other heat, the race that was stopped by the umpire after about 200 metres. So race 31 is the heat of the junior under 15 B8s. So this heat of the junior under 15 B8s in lane 1, Sir William Borlase Grammar School, lane 2, King's College School B, in lane 3, the London Oratory School, lane 4, Eton College A, lane 5, Radley College, and lane 6, Hampton School. As they pass the 500 metre mark, it was Sir William Borlase's in lane 1 with the early advantage over London Oratory in 3, Hampton in 3rd place, Radley 4th. My apologies, Eton 4th, Radley 5th, KCS in 6th. approaching the 1,000-metre mark. It's a really good race developing between London Oratory School out in the middle of the course and Sir William Borlase in lane 1. And it does look like the London Oratory School have just got their bows in front of Borlase's. Good second 500-metre from London Oratory School there. Those two crews have about a length of clear water over Hampton as they pass the 1,000-metre mark. Tight race out front between London Oratory and Sir William Borlase's. So as they pass the 1,000, London Oratory leading Sir William Borlase just, as I said, and Hampton in third place, Eton College in fourth, Radley College in fifth, and KCS bringing up the rear of the field. So just to illustrate how close this race is up front, in the third 500 metres, Sir William Borlase's have come back through London Oratory. So it's been nip and tuck between these two crews throughout the race. Passing 1,500 metres, London Oratory School have just taken the lead from Borlase's, with Hampton School some little way back from that. So race developing here between Sir William Borlase's in lane 1 and London Oratory in lane 3. Just the winner of this going through to the final. The other crew racing to be one of the fastest 4 losers from these two heats. So two crews pushing each other very hard as they've done throughout the race. Borlase's in lane 1, London Oratory in lane 3. Those two crews with a considerable advantage, maybe even 10 lengths advantage over anybody else in this field. Borlase is perhaps having just the better row in this final 250 metres inside, maybe now the last 100 metres. Borlase is just beginning to pull away out to about a length advantage over London Oratory School as they come to the line. So about 2/3 of a length between them in the end, between Borlase's and London Oratory. And then have Hampton School coming in to cross the line third. Eton College A about a length behind Hampton. Length and a half perhaps. Hampton crossing the line now. Best part of 2 lengths, in fact, at the finish line ahead of Eton in 4th place, with Radley coming towards the finish line, followed by King's College School B.
We now have race 33 on the track, which is Heat A of the Women's Junior School Doubles. In lane 1, Molesey, lane 2, St George's College, lane 3, Thames, lane 4, the American School in London, lane 5, South African Schools Rowing Union, lane 6, Headington School, and lane 7, Walbrook. We don't have the 500 positions, but at 1,000, Molesey led from Thames, and in third place, Headington School, fourth place, the American School in London, followed by South African Schools Rowing Union and St George's College. Molesey had a half-length lead at that stage over Thames. In these two heats, the first crew goes through to the final, and the next fastest 4 from the 2 heats will join them in the final as well. At the 1500 mark, Molesey maintained their lead over Thames by 1 length. In third position, Headington School, 3 lengths behind them, and then the American School in London.
1500 metres, many thanks, Tara. Waiting for the others to pass.
As the leading crews come up into the last 250, our camera angle here shows that Molesey in lane 1, sculling very competently and with good length in these challenging headwind conditions, are maintaining a comfortable, maybe length to 2 length lead over Thames in second position, with the rest of the field many lengths behind. So this will be, barring a last stroke mishap, Molesey comfortably from from Thames. Headington coming up to the line for the third position any moment now. Meanwhile, race 34 has started, which is race 34, which is Heat B of the Women's Junior School Double. Lane 1, the King's School Ely. Lane 2, Reading. Lane 3, Marlow. Lane 4, the King's School Worcester. Lane 5, Tideway Scullers School. Lane 6, Wallingford. And Lane 7, Hinksey Sculling School. At 1,000 metres, Marlow led from the King's School Ely, with Reading in third position, Tideway Scullers following them, then Hinksey Sculling School, King's School Worcester and Wallingford. We're just getting rather good camera angles from the 1,000-metre camera that shows Marlow sculling really very well in these choppy conditions, about 2 to 3 lengths ahead of, and I believe it is now Reading in second position, followed by King's School. I'll get that confirmed. Yes, indeed, Marlow at 1500s. Marlow, followed by Reading, in third position King's School, Tideway Scullers, then King's School Worcester. Correction, sorry, from the commentary here. The positions I just gave you were at the 1,000-metre mark, not the 1,500. But looking at our camera shots here in the tower, as they approach the 1,500, it looks as if Marlow are maintaining a fairly slender lead over the crews immediately behind them, which are the crews in lanes 1 and 2, i.e. King's School, Ely and Reading. If anything, the conditions in lane 1 seem to be slightly calmer than those further across the course. And this might be an opportunity for King's School Ely in lane 1 to pull back, but we're waiting for results now from the 1,500-metre hut. Race 34 is coming to the last 300 meters, and from our camera position here, it seems that Marlow still have their noses ahead of King's School, Ely and Reading in lanes 2 and 1 beside them, with the rest of the field way behind. But if all goes to plan, it looks as if Marlow will probably get the victory here.
1,500 metres.
Just to remind you, the winner of this heat goes into the final, and the next fastest 4 from the 2 heats go through to the final. So those currently racing for second and third positions have everything to go for at this stage. So as they come into the last 250, Marlow are about 2 to 3 lengths ahead of King's School, Ely and Reading, who are pretty well neck and neck for second and third position. So barring mishaps, Marlow will win this heat, and Reading and King's School, Ely will tie pretty well for second and third position.
Race 35 is in progress. This is the repechage of the Club Coxed Fours for the Lamb Arcade Cup. And so the Club Coxed Fours repechage, race 35, just passing the 1,500 metre mark, and so far in this race it's been the crew in lane 3, which is Thames Rowing Club A, who have been leading Stratford-upon-Avon in lane 1. At 500 metres it was Lee Rowing Club who were in third place, but they've been overtaken by Exeter Rowing Club A crew at 1,000 metres. So coming away from the 1,500 metre mark, it's now Stratford-upon-Avon in lane 1 who've taken the lead, followed by Thames Rowing Club A crew in lane 3, then Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 2, and then it's Exeter Rowing Club A crew in lane 4. The first 2 crews will go through to the final. So it's obviously a close race for those first 2 positions, or it's a determined race, I should say, for those first 2 positions. And at the moment it looks like it's going to be Stratford-upon-Avon and Thames Rowing Club A who are going to qualify, but remains to be seen. Some 100 metres to go yet in this race 35, the repechage of the Club Coxed Fours. So race 35 is approaching the finish line, and it's the crew in lane 1, Stratford-upon-Avon, who are leading position, and they're being followed by it says boat number 5. It's number 3 Thames Rowing Club A, who got the wrong number on their boat. And subject to confirmation by the judges, it looks as if those 2 crews will progress to the final. Right. Whilst we wait for the confirmed results for race 35, the repechage of the Club Coxed Fours, race 36, which is the final of the Women's Challenge single sculls for the Charter Challenge Cup, is on the course. In lane 1 we have Thames Rowing Club, no name specified here. Lane 2, Wallingford Rowing Club, Wilson. Lane 3, Wadham College, Oxford Hall. Lane 4, Grosvenor Rowing Club, Ibal. Lane 5, Hereford Cathedral School, Rakowskaita. Lane 6, Thames Rowing Club, Col Hussein. And lane 7, Adams. At 500 metres, it was lane 1, the Thames Sculler, who was in the lead over Wilson of Wallingford. So at 500 metres, it was the Thames Rowing Club Sculler. We don't have this representative's name, followed by the Wallingford Sculler Wilson. Then it was Col Hussein from Thames Rowing Club in lane 6 in 3rd place. 4th place, Hereford Cathedral School Rakowskaita. In 5th place at 500 metres, it was Hall of Wadham College, Oxford. And in 6th place, it was Adams of Vesta Rowing Club. And 7th place, Ibal of Grosvenor Rowing Club. So this is race 36, the Women's Challenge Single Sculls for the Charter Challenge Cup. Now, approaching 1,000 metres, or at 1,000 metres in race 36, the Wallingford Sculler Wilson has overtaken the Thames representative in lane 1. So Wallingford is now leading in this race, followed by Col Hussein in lane from Thames Rowing Club in lane 6. Then it's Rakowskaita from Hereford Cathedral School in lane 5. And then at 1,000 metres, it was Hall of Wadham College, Oxford, followed by Adams of Vesta Rowing Club, and in 7th place at that point it was Ibal of Grosvenor Rowing Club. And between the 1,000 and 1,500 metre mark, the Wallingford Sculler is now striking 30.5. And the Scullers are valiantly battling with these challenging conditions and proceeding towards the 1,500 metre mark. Well, race 36 is more or less at the 1,500 metre mark. We await the report from our colleagues at the timing hut there. From here, it looks very much as if it's lanes 1 and 2 are still contesting the lead, which at 1,000 metres was held by the Wallingford Sculler Wilson, followed fairly closely by the Thames representative. I'm sorry we don't have the name of this sculler. And then in lane 6, the Thames Rowing Club Sculler Col Hussein, followed by Rakowskaita of Hereford Cathedral School. Now the position of 1,500 metres is that the sculler from Wallingford Rowing Club, Wilson, is still holding on to the lead in front of the Thames Sculler. The Wallingford Sculler about 1 length in the lead. Then in 3rd place, it's Cole Hussein from Thames Rowing Club, then Rakowski of Herod Cathedral School. This is all at the 1500 metre mark. In fifth place, it was Hall of Wallingford College, Oxford, then Adams of Vesta Rowing Club, and in seventh place, it was Eyeball of Grosvenor Rowing Club. And at about this point, the Wallingford sculler was striking 33. And I can see from my position here, this is a very close race between these two scullers. That's to say, the sculler Wilson from Wallingford Rowing Club and the Thames representative in lane 1. And to my eye here, it looks as if the Thames sculler in lane 1 has come through again. Though we'll have to wait for the angle to open up before we can see precisely what's going on. And approaching the finish line, it does look like the sculler from lane 1 from Thames has in fact crossed the line first in front of the sculler Wilson from Wallingford Rowing Club. And then we have a gap before we have the sculler in lane 6, Cole Hussein of Thames Rowing Club, who seems destined to take the third position in the race. This is race 36, the final of the Women's Challenge single sculls. So, Cole Hussein from Thames crosses the line. Then we have another bit of a gap before we have Rakowski of Hereford Cathedral School, who looks as if she's going to take fourth place. And there's the last three scullers in race 36 are crossing the line. And following race 36, we have race 37, which is the final of the Women's Challenge quadruple sculls for the Yateman Challenge Cup, sponsored by Rock the Boat. And they are already at the 1500 metre mark, gone past the 1500 metre mark. And we have in lane 1, Shrewsbury School, lane 2, Headingham School, B Crew, lane 3, Shiplake College, lane 4, Latimer Upper School, lane 5, Headingham School, A Crew, and in lane 6, Mortlake Anglian Alpha. And at 1500 metres, it was the Headingham School A Crew who were in lead from Latimer Upper School. Headington still maintaining that lead, but it's quite close. Then some way behind them we have Shiplake College in lane 3, who seem to be investigating more than one lane, followed by Mortlake Anglian and Alpha in lane 6, and then Headington School lane B. It looks here to us in the tower that it's quite close between Headington and Latimer. Latimer is certainly pushing Headington, but Headington maintain their advantage. Looks as if Headington got about half a length, approximately. And it looks as if it's going to be Headington who are going to cross the line first. Headington, that's race 37, the final of the Women's Challenge quadruple sculls, and Latimer take the second place in that race. Crossing the line and third place in this race, we have Shiplake College. It looks as if it's going to be the Headington B Crew in lane 2 who are going to take fourth place. And they're about a length ahead of Mortlake Anglian Alpha in lane 6.
Race 38 is now on the track, which is the final of the Women's Junior Schools 8 for the John Wilder Challenge Cup, sponsored by RB Design and Display. Lane 1 Beckett, Lane 2 Henley, Lane 3 Lady Eleanor Hollis School, Lane 4 Headington School A, Lane 5 South African Schools Rowing Union, and Lane 6 Headington School B. And at 500, Beckett led from Henley, and in third place Headington School A, followed by Lady Eleanor Hollis School, then Headington School B and South African Schools Rowing Union. And as these schools are battling into a very strong headwind coming up to 1,000, it's neck and neck between Beckett and Henley.
No, Beckett way out in front.
Henley and Headington are battling for second place, with Beckett way out ahead in lane 1 at the moment. And in fourth position, Lady Ellen Hollis School, then Headington and South African Rowing Union. So Beckett at 1,000 were leading by 3 lengths from Henley.
Thanks, I think.
Looking at our camera positions here, the conditions down at the first 1,000 metres of this course are challenging. Not only are the waves quite severe, but also the crews are battling into a headwind. These are always conditions where technique is a huge advantage to a crew. If you're able to cleanly deal with the conditions, the strength that you have can then be turned into boat speed. And as a demonstration of that, Beckett in lane 1 seemed to be very comfortably ahead of the rest of the field. It may be that their conditions in lane 1 are slightly smoother, but they are rowing very smoothly indeed in this final of the Women's Junior Schools 8. So the crews are past the 1750 mark now, and Beckett are comfortably in charge of this race, rowing good long strokes, blades well covered into the headwind, getting very good return for the power they're producing, and commanding the race by probably 4 or 5 lengths from the crews in second and third positions. And indeed the positions at 1500 were Beckett, followed by Henley, third position Headington School A, then Lady Eleanor Hollis, and then Headington School B, and finally South African Schools Rowing Union bringing up the rear. Beckett now have 10 or so strokes to the line, holding good form and rowing comfortably with their opposition some 4 or 5 lengths behind. after some interval, Henley are now coming up to take the second place in this race, and they are a length or two ahead of Headington School A in third place.
This one hasn't finished yet.
While the final crews in race 38 are still making their way up over the last 250, we now have race 39 have left the starting blocks, which is the final of the Challenge Single Sculls for the Ushers Challenge Cup. And in lane 1 we have Isle of Ely, G. Bourne. In lane 2, the Griffin, D. Boddington. Lane 3, Molesey, D. Bell. Lane 4, Kingston, L. Taylor. Lane 5, Birmingham, S. Byford. Lane 6, Cardiff City, J. Brining. And in lane 7, R. Nepthcote from Beckett. And at 500 metres, it was the Griffin. I'm going to give you the club names rather than the scullers' names. It was lane 2, the Griffin from Molesey, followed by Isle of Ely, 4th position Kingston, 5th Birmingham, followed by Beckett and then Cardiff City. And at 1,000, the positions of the first two had been reversed, but the crews were very close. Molesey was just ahead of the Griffin, followed in 3rd position by Isle of Ely, and in 4th position Kingston, with the other scullers way out behind them. Just in case you, like me, were wondering who the Griffin are, that's Griffen, it's Old Abingdonians, currently in 2nd position. So as the scullers battle their way into this resolute headwind, the Molesey sculler in lane 3 maintains his 1 length lead over D. Boddington of the Griffin in lane 2 beside him. But with singles, anything can happen, particularly in conditions like these. But if both scullers seem to be dealing very proficiently with the conditions, but it's going to be a tussle in the last 250, with D. Bell from Molesey currently maintaining about a 1 length lead over D. Boddington beside him in lane 2. And with 10 strokes to go, D. Bell rating 31 to D. Boddington's 34 is holding a 1 length lead. A few strokes to go, that will be sufficient to get him over the line first. So that was D. Bell from Molesey defeated D. Boddington from Griffin, and in 3rd position, a long way back, is G. Bourne from Isle of Ely in lane 1, and the rest of the field spaced way, some 500 metres back down the course.
Race 40 is underway, the final of the Women's Challenge Coxed Fours for the Chalmore Challenge Cup, and the event kindly sponsored by Digital Safaris. Lane 1, City of Oxford Rowing Club. Lane 2, Putney Town Rowing Club. Lane 3, the King's School Chester. Lane 4, Exeter Rowing Club. Lane 5, Vesta Boat Club. And in Lane 6, Barnesbridge Ladies Boat Club. At the 500 metre mark, City of Oxford in Lane 1 held a small advantage over the King's School Chester. As they pass the 1,000 metre mark, City of Oxford in Lane 1 have a considerable advantage now, about 3 lengths, perhaps 4 lengths over the King's School Chester, who have a little bit of clear water over Putney Town and Vesta. So this final of the Women's Challenge Coxed Fours continues to progress, now coming past the enclosure. City of Oxford Rowing Club in Lane 1 leading very, very comfortably now from the other 5 crews in this event. 6 or 7 lengths up from our position in the finish tower. It's looking like it's Exeter Rowing Club and Putney Town in lanes 4 and 2 respectively, who are competing for second place. Those 2 boats about a length up on the King's School Chester in lane 3, with Vesta and Barnesbridge Ladies some little way behind. City of Oxford still pushing along at 32 strokes per minute, despite having a, well, maybe even now a 10-length advantage over anybody else in this final of the Women's Challenge Coxed Fours. City of Oxford with about 5 strokes to the finish line to take this win. Putney Town in lane 2, just pulled away a little from Exeter Rowing Club in lane 4. Bit of clear water between them. And in 4th place, the King's School Chester, some couple of lengths further back. And then coming towards the line, Vesta Rowing Club closest to the finish tower, and Barnesbridge Ladies about half a length behind them. So of course, as some of you may know, British Rowing is changing its system of status and crew rankings and so on, and results in a regatta like this, and indeed all regattas and head races this season, will all be aggregated to produce rankings perhaps is a better word for it, for individuals for all regattas for next season. So perhaps no consolation to crews finishing 2nd and 3rd like Putney and Exeter there. City of Oxford take home the trophy today, but Putney Town finishing 3rd, Exeter finished 2nd, do affect their replacement for points for next season. The next of this morning's finals coming towards us, the final of the Challenge Quadruple Sculls for the Vanderpump and well-beloved Challenge Cup. This event sponsored by Advent Systems. We have so the crews in this event: in lane 1, Marlow Rowing Club; lane 2, Latimer Upper School. It looks like Molesey in 3 of Scratch; Reading Rowing Club in 4, Warrington Boat Club in 5, Burway in 6. A good contest here between Reading Rowing Club out in the middle of the lake and Marlow Rowing Club in lane 1. And it is Reading Rowing Club who held the advantage both at the 500 metre mark and the 1000 metre mark, but not by much. Marlow in lane 1 pushing them very hard. Latimer Upper in 2, also still in this race. As they pass the 1500 metre mark, in actual fact, Marlow had now come through Reading to lead, but not by much. So Marlow in lane 1 appear to be just easing their way out in front now of this field, pulling away from Reading Rowing Club. Clearwater now, as they scull quite nicely in these conditions, and perhaps the flattest bit of water that they've rowed on today in these final 10 strokes or so up to the finish line. A length up on Reading Rowing Club across in lane 4. Latimer Upper School in 3rd place in lane 2. So Marlow, Reading and Latimer Upper having finished, we now have, coming towards the finish line, Burway and Warrington. Okay, so we now have an important announcement. Due to conditions which, looking at the Met Office forecast, are not expected to improve at all during the day and remain pretty much like this throughout the rest of the day, the race committee has decided to change the regatta as follows. All of the events that were raced earlier this morning, the finals of those events from Division 1, if you like to think of it as that as a regatta, all of those finals now due, races 42 through 54, have been cancelled. And the results of those races will be declared based on the heat times from earlier today. Secondly, the heats for Division 2 will be raced as time trials. And the first of those is expected to take place at 12:54. Just looking at the timetable for those. And then a decision on the finals of those events will be taken at 3:30 this afternoon. So Division 2 will be raced as time trials, and we'll make a decision mid-afternoon about progression from those. It does, however, mean that repechages, races 95 to 98, have already been cancelled. Now, the time trials, when they start, will be held from the 500 metre line to the finish, so over a 1500 metre course. And we're just, at the moment, positioning staff and timing systems to allow us to do that. This is all a direct consequence of these conditions. I think we can see that it's not easy at all for the crews. We have the advantage here in the finish tower of being near the finish line and seeing the best of the conditions, but we also have here a TV system which is being used to broadcast the regatta live on YouTube, and we can see white horses and the wave tops down towards the start. So it isn't easy at all for these crews down there. So as I say, finals that you might have been expecting now, races 42 through 54, I'm afraid have been cancelled, and trophies will be awarded based on the times recorded in the heats, which began at 7:30 this morning. And we now have a bit of a break until 12:54 to start the heats for Division 2, which will be raced as time trials. Thank you.
Here is an important announcement for all crews participating in time trials. They should be getting ready to boat now, and they will need to collect their crew numbers and lane numbers from registration. So please could coaches organise collection of crew numbers from registration as soon as possible. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, a reminder that the regatta is currently suspended but about to resume in about 10 minutes' time. We will start the race programme with the women's junior under 15 Coxed quadruple sculls. So this would have been races 55, 56 in the programme, and indeed 57. However, we're going to run this as a time trial. Crews are on the water. From our position in the finish tower, we can see them in the warm-up lake, getting themselves set and ready. Very shortly, we'll be bringing them through at the start and bringing them down towards the 1500 metre, to the 500 metre mark, where we will be taking their times. They'll be set off in time trial mode from the 500 metre mark down to the finish line. Our current understanding is that they're going to use lanes 6 and 7 for that, on the basis that these two lanes over on the finish tower side are perhaps more equal in terms of conditions than are lanes 1 and 2. So apologies to those of you on the enclosure side, but the crews are going to be a little bit remote from you, perhaps over on the far side. We'll take elapsed times from, as I say, 500 metre mark down to the finish line, and we will then make a decision at 3:30 whether progression from these time trials, whether the conditions have eased and allow us to run a 6-boat side-by-side final, or whether we have to continue with the time trials. Now, this procedure, entirely caused by these conditions that we have today and the difficulty of getting crews onto the start and getting them straight, this procedure is actually exactly the one that the world governing body, FISA, Fédération Internationale des Sociétés d'Aviron, would be using at any championship regatta, up to and including the Olympics, if conditions were unfair and precluded sensible racing. So we're not doing anything different or abnormal here, but as I say, scheduled for about 6 or 7 minutes time will be a time trial to decide a ranking amongst the women's junior under 15 Coxed quadruple sculls. Okay, so a reminder that we are just about ready to resume racing. Apologies for that unscheduled break. Trust you managed to get the chance for some refreshments or to warm up or whatever. First crews are now coming through from the warm-up lake onto the main course itself up at the start. So a reminder again, we're going to run the heats of this afternoon's events as a time trial. We still understand that we're going to be using lanes 6 and 7 for those because the conditions across on the finish tower side of the course are perhaps a little more even using 2 lanes. And the intention is to try and start 2 crews more or less side by side, one in lane 6, one in lane 7. So there's a vestige here of side by side racing. I'm sure they won't be side by side when they get to the finish, unless, of course, they're equally matched. But at least we're going to try and set them off with a vestige of side by side racing going on. So the first, I don't know, 12, 13 crews to come down are the entries in the women's junior under 15 Coxed quadruple sculls. There have been 1 or 2 scratchings from this. So the crews we're expecting are Latimer Upper School C, Putney High School, Henley, Maidenhead B, Bedford Girls' School A, Tideway Scullers School, Maidenhead A, Wallingford, Bedford Girls' School B, Latimer Upper School B, Hinksey Sculling School, Shiplake Vikings, Latimer Upper School A and Headington School. Setting off pretty much in that order. So looking back down the course, I can see that the umpires down at the start have decided in fact to use lanes 1 and 2, so the crews will be closest to the enclosure and furthest away from the finish tower. First few crews beginning to paddle down the course towards the 500 metre mark and the start of the timing for this time trial, which unfortunately replaces the side-by-side racing. So we're underway with these time trials to discern a ranking amongst the women's junior under 15 Coxed quadruple sculls for the Portcullis trophy. First crew away in lane 1, Latimer Upper School, who we can see there on the YouTube coverage, watching them on screen here in the tower. So Latimer Upper School in lane 1 are being followed by Henley, who started behind them in lane 1. And Henley appear to be catching Latimer Upper. Henley, sorry, excuse me, in lane 2. So we can see Maidenhead Rowing Club's B crew and Bedford Girls School A crew, pretty much side by side coming down the course. Remember, this is a time trial, so their start times and their finish times will be recorded, one subtracted from the other, to get the elapsed time exactly the same as a head race. And we have a Tideway Scullers School crew, and their classic red and yellow hooped tops and red and yellow blades showing up very clearly. Tideway Scullers just leading Maidenhead Rowing Club's A crew, who we're seeing there on the YouTube coverage. That's Maidenhead, crew 387. The next crew coming down the track, Wallingford Rowing Club, in their familiar scarlet and sky blue colour scheme. So if we turn our attention towards the finish line, Henley Rowing Club, across in lane 3, appear to have rowed through Latimer Upper School and pulled away from it a little bit. Henley Rowing Club may be length and a half up on Latimer Upper School. These will be the first two crews to come towards the finish line, coming into the final 250 metres of this 1500 metre time trial. Some very neat blade work there from the Henley quad, as we've come to expect from Henley. They've been very strong in junior rowing for quite a long time. Very good technique there. Henley at 33. Now about 3 lengths ahead of Latimer Upper School. Of course, we don't know precisely whether they started level, early on in the race, certainly Latimer were ahead of Henley, and Henley has certainly rode through them. So that's Latimer finishing at 30 strokes per minute. So the next pair of crews to come towards the finish line, Bedford Girls School A crew, crossing the second lane, Maidenhead Rowing Club's B crew closest to the enclosure in lane 1. Maidenhead at 33, pulled 2 or 3 lengths clear of Bedford Girls School A crew. Maidenhead at 31, Bedford Girls School at 32. The Bedford Girls School crew, the blades coming down nicely towards the water at the catch, where Maidenhead are perhaps just skying their blades a little bit, and a little bit of a chop into the water. Next pair of crews coming past the enclosure, Tideway Scullers School in lane 1, TSS at rating of 31, followed by Maidenhead's A crew. Maidenhead also at 31. Tideway Scullers look as if they've pulled quite some number of lengths away. Scullers perhaps just picking up the pace just a little bit in these final 10 strokes as they come to the line. Next crew coming towards us, sculling pretty much in isolation actually, just passing the 1750 metre mark, Wallingford Rowing Club. I'm going to guess that they didn't start alongside somebody. It's either that or they've had a phenomenal row to pull away from the crew behind. Wallingford at 29.5. And they could perhaps pick it up just a little bit. So as Wallingford come to the line, next crew is Bedford Girls School B crew, currently rating 33. So Bedford Girls School B across in lane 2, being followed by Latimer Upper School B in lane 1. Latimer Upper School B crew at 33. And it's Bedford Girls School's B crew just coming to the line now, being followed by Latimer Upper School. So just approaching the 1750 metre mark in this time trial, Hinksey Sculling School. Hinksey, a suburb of Oxford. I hope they don't mind being called a suburb. But Hinksey Sculling School from Oxford. So as Hinksey Sculling School come towards the finish line next, following them are Shiplake Vikings. Shiplake Vikings associated with Shiplake College, but it is a town club open to local residents to join, but they're being pushed now very hard by Latimer Upper School's A crew. So Shiplake Vikings and then Latimer Upper School cross the line. The next crew coming past us, Tideway Scullers, we can see a very different class of quad. This is the first of the junior schoolboy quadruple sculls, Tideway Scullers School, crew 307, rating 35 as they come to the line. And they have passed the last of the women's junior under 15 quads. And they're about to be passed also by Clare's Court School. So Clare's Court School in lane 2 is the junior schoolboy quadruple scull. Clare's Court School at 34 as they come to the finish line. And they're followed by Headington School, who are the last of the women's junior under 15 Coxed quadruple sculls, just finishing now. So coming into the final 100 metres, sculling very proficiently Latimer Upper School, crossing lane 2, who look to have pulled away from Warrington Rowing Club, I think that is, in lane 1. Warrington rating 35 as they push towards the finish line, but Latimer Upper School paddling in actually very nicely, very comfortably. Of course, all of these crews trying to be the fastest, to get as high up the rankings as possible, whether it's to make a final or whether it's to win based on time. So we have Warrington Rowing Club coming to the finish line now. Next crew coming past the enclosure is Windsor Boys School, crew 311 in this junior school quadruple sculls for the JHW Skeet tankard. Again, as we've come to expect, Windsor Boys School sculling very competently and moving very nicely together. The last 5 strokes to the line is Windsor Boys School. Next crew coming past the enclosure, Hereford Cathedral School. Clear contrast in style with Windsor Boys School. Hereford Cathedral School just at 30 at the moment, with about 15 strokes to go to the line. So coming up towards the finish line with about 15 strokes to go, Star and Arrow Boat Club, rating 32.5. Again, this is another of the entries in the junior school quadruple sculls, Star and Arrow. And then we have this crew in blue coming past the enclosure, crew number 316, Hinksey Sculling School from Oxford. Another boat rating 32.5 as they come into the final 12 or so strokes up to the finish line. Passing the 1750 metre mark, the next crew to come towards finish line will be Tideway Scullers School's B crew. And there we are, seeing them in their familiar red and yellow hooped tops, red and yellow blades, very characteristic Tideway Scullers School. Quite a big entry in this junior school quadruple sculls. Originally, I think 24, 23 entries. 1 or 2 of them have scratched. Coming past the enclosure, Great Marlow School B. So a pair of crews passing the 1750 metre mark. First of all, King's School Worcester's A crew, rating 32.5, followed by Lee Rowing Club, I'm sure that is, in their bright orange. Lee Rowing Club at 34.5. So we've still got a reasonable number of these junior schoolboy quadruple scull boats to come down. We've seen about half of them so far. We have got quite a big gap, but that almost certainly just represents a gap at the start. Next crew coming towards the finish line is Maidenhead Rowing Club's A crew, crew number 319. So approaching the last 150 metres now, Marlow Rowing Club. So Marlow Rowing Club coming to the finish line now. Coming past the enclosure now, Great Marlow School's A crew. Crew number 321. We've still got about 8 more of these junior school quadruple sculls to come through. Just past the 1750 metre mark is King's School Worcester's B crew. I think they probably started out of order, although they are only at 28.5. Maybe that is a reflection of their boat speed. But, maybe these other crews, Maidenhead, Marlow, Great Marlow School, have perhaps overtaken them. It's possible. I know we have 2 crews virtually side by side, just approaching the 1750 metre mark. So the crew in pale brew is Shandon Boat Club from Cork in the Republic of Ireland. They're rating 33, and I think they have overtaken City of Bristol B. City of Bristol at 32, Shandon at 33. Shandon do look as if they've rowed through Bristol, just a little over a length ahead. And we still, of course, have no idea where they started relative to each other. But certainly Shandon Boat Club from Cork just appear to be moving the boat just that little bit better as they come up to the finish line. A really tight race here between the next 2 crews as they come towards the finish line. Good contest here to see who can get to line first. Maidenhead Rowing Club and Globe Rowing Club. Maidenhead and Globe absolutely side by side as they come to the line. The next boat to come towards the finish line, City of Bristol A crew. I think we're down to the last 1 or 2 entries in this junior school quadruple sculls event. And City of Bristol A crew with about 10 strokes to go to the finish line. So City of Bristol cross the finish line, and we now have the South African Schools Rowing Union coming past the enclosure. About 100 metres to go, rating 33. And we have, I think, some belief that they are the, yes, I think they are the last crew in this junior school quadruple sculls event. South African Schools Rowing Union with about 10 strokes to go to the finish line. So the only other boat we were expecting in that event, Westminster School, appear to have scratched because we don't see a crew coming towards us in their characteristic colours, and therefore we think we move on next to another event. And I will hand over to another commentator to talk you through as best we can the next set of boats coming towards us.
Right, now the next cruise in this time trial will be from the Women's Club Coxed, and so of course we're not absolutely sure the order which they have actually started, but hopefully it's going to be City of Bristol B and 247, Thames Rowing Club A 248. So the first one in lane 2 is the Thames Rowing Club crew, A crew, 248. And in the adjacent lane, length 2 behind them, City of Bristol B crew, 247. And Thames Rowing Club just picked up the pace a little bit there, increased their rate of striking. Sprint for the line, as it were. You can see the wind is still blowing down this course, but at least in this fashion we're trying to even out the any unfairness by 31. Thames Rowing Club are now at 31. And then City of Bristol B crew behind them there in lane 1. Also about 31 to the minute. Then we've got a bit of a gap before the next cruise, which should be Shrewsbury School 249, Barnesbridge Ladies 250. We'll have to wait till they get a bit closer to have a look at them. So if you're watching on YouTube, you can see the crew in the light blue, which is Shrewsbury School 249, on the right of your picture, and on the left of your picture, Barnesbridge Ladies crew 250. Shrewsbury School crew 249 at 31 strokes a minute. The light blue on the right of your screen. Now that crew is, I'm trying to see the number on the boat. So right, that's Shrewsbury School. in 249. So that's Shrewsbury School in the darker blue, crew 249. This is crew 250, Barnesbridge Ladies. They're slightly out of order here in the sense of the starting order, or the crew order. And this is the part of the time trial for Women's Club Coxed Forwards, the Doug Norris Memorial Silver. On your screen at the moment is crew 251, that's Wallingford, in the Women's Club Coxed Forwards for the Doug Norris Memorial Salver. Wallingford at 27 strokes to the minute, passing the 1750 metre mark. The next crew behind Wallingford here in lane 1, when we see it on the screen, here we are. That is, we think that's Staines. That is Staines Boat Club, with about 100 metres to go. This is crew 254. 254 Canterbridgian. Canterbridgian at 31, approaching the finish line. 100 metres to go. Right, we're still looking at Canterbridgian there in the light blue boat. Right, now here we have 253, Shandon from Republic of Ireland, 253. Canterbridgian at 30 to the minute. The next crew, number 255, is Vesta Rowing Club B crew. Keeping it quite steady. And blade works fairly clean, the conditions. So that's Vesta at about 28 strokes per minute. Well, that's crew 256, Godolphin Latimer School. the crew 255 Esther Rowing Club with about 100 or 200 metres to go. And some way behind them, a couple of hundred yards, is Godolphin and Latimer School, 256. Right, this is on the screen. It's St Paul's A crew number 257. And a couple of lengths behind them are Thames Rowing Club D crew number 258. St Paul's Girls' School, crew 257, with about 50 metres to go. And this is Thames Rowing Club D crew number 258. And they're at 31 to the minute, 31 strokes per minute. Right, so we've got crew 259, St Paul's Girls' School B crew, and crew 260, City of Oxford Rowing Club B crew, passing the 1750 metre mark. The St Paul's Girls' School B crew 259, about 29 strokes per minute. And they're being followed by City of Oxford Rowing Club B crew 260. And they're at 30 strokes per minute. So now approaching the 1750 metre mark, we've got in the blue crew 261 Shandon from the Republic of Ireland, their B crew, and behind them in the red strip, that's Agecroft Rowing Club crew number 262. Agecroft rowing at a very steady rate of striking. Shandon from Ireland, 32 strokes per minute. Perhaps they've just picked it up to my eye. It looks like they've just picked it up a fraction. The Agecroft crew at 30 strokes per minute. Shandon crew with about 100 metres to go or less to the timeline. Shandon 31.5. And Age Trough Rowing Club also approaching the timing line. And passing to the 70-50 metre mark is the Vesta Rowing Club A crew, crew number 264. This is Women's Club Coxed Fours. Event 64, race 64. And the Vesta Rowing Club A crew 264 at 32. So Vesta Rowing Club 264 are approaching the line, and behind them is the Thames Rowing Club crew, which is number 263, Thames Rowing Club B crew, crew number 263. Vesta 33 as they cross the line. Thames Rowing Club B crew, number 263, approaching the line. And the Thames crew are maintaining rate of 30 to the minute. Okay, so the next crew approaching the timeline is the Putney Town Rowing Club crew number 265, who are maintaining 30 to the minute. Behind the Putney Town crew is the Sons of the Thames crew number 266. Sons of the Thames at 29. So this is the Women's Club Cox Fours. It would have been race 65 in the side-by-side racing regatta, but owing to the conditions, we're having to hold these time trials races, these sequential races, one crew after another, for a time, because the conditions on the course prevent multi-lane racing. So the crew just approaching the timeline is Sons of the Thames, and then next in the black and yellow tops are the City of Oxford. No. Sorry, Grosvenor Rowing Club, 268. In the yellow tops with the black long sleeve tops underneath. So Grosvenor Rowing Club with about 75 metres to go. Grosvenor is approaching the timeline. Behind them we have City of Oxford Rowing Club A crew number 267. There. see City of Oxford in their red and white and blue tops, and similar blades, similar colours on the blades. City of Oxford at 30. And after Grosvenor, we've got Molesey Boat Club, crew number 270, and after them are the Lee Rowing Club B crew, crew number 269. So that's the Molesey crew on the screen, crew 270. And meanwhile, the City of Oxford Rowing Club crew is just about to cross the line, the timeline. Okay, Molesey are now approaching the timeline, and on the screen we see the Lee Rowing Club B crew, number 269. Right, but we have a little bit of a gap now whilst the crews in the next event approach the end of the course. Now we think this is crew 271, which is the Landaf Rowing Club crew in the head race time trial for the Women's Club Coxed Fours, which we're running instead of the side-by-side racing because the conditions are such that it would make side-by-side racing very difficult. Landaf Rowing Club with a couple of 100 metres to go. That's Landaf approaching the timeline on the far side of the lake. Landaf Rowing Club 271. Now, the next crew to come down is going to be Lee Rowing Club A crew, number 273, in the yellow tops. Yes, this crew now in the dark tops, that's City Bristol A crew, number 272. About 50 metres to go before they cross the line. And then we have Thames Rowing Club Sea Crew, number 274. So Thames Rowing Club now, about 100 metres to go. Crew number 274, Thames Rowing Club Sea Crew in the Women's Club Coxed Fours. So is it's Maidenhead Rowing Club Crew number 275. Oops, someone's just caught a very nice crab just then. How are they? They've recovered and are carrying on. In fact, that is Exeter Rowing Club, crew number 276. So yes, that's definitely Exeter Rowing Club, crew number 276. Exeter maintaining rate of striking of 30 strokes per minute. And then behind them, in lane 1, when we swing round, it's crew 275 Maidenhead Rowing Club. Right, so 276 Exeter Rowing Club, about 50 metres to go to the timeline, and about 100 metres behind them, Maidenhead Rowing Club 275. Exeter at 31. This is Maidenhead, crew number 275. Maidenhead Rowing Club ops. About 100 metres to go. Crew number 275 with an outbound. Oops, another one. These choppy conditions are making it difficult for people. So Maidenhead approaching the line.
Okay, so we're now on to the next event, which is the Challenge Coxless Fours for the President's Challenge Cup. This event kindly sponsored for us by Fugro, who I think are Wallingford's biggest employer, if I remember rightly. Two crews side by side here having a good old tussle, which is what we want to see. And obviously motivate both crews as well to be pushed along by somebody alongside them at similar speed. City of Oxford closest. City of Oxford at 31. Thames Rowing Club in lane 2, maybe just with their bows in front of City of Oxford. So Thames Rowing Club in lane 2, City of Oxford Rowing Club in lane 1. Thames have put the rating up to 34 in these final few strokes as they come towards the line, and have squeezed out to just about a length's advantage over the City of Oxford Rowing Club in lane 1. Next crew coming towards us is London Rowing Club A, rating 33.5. This crew perhaps rowing in isolation a little bit. So it looks as if London Rowing Club A have pushed well away from Stratford upon Avon, who are the crew just coming to the 1750 metre mark. Those of you watching on YouTube are looking at London Rowing Club, crew 137. London Rowing Club at 34 strokes per minute. And then as London Rowing Club come to the line, next crew we pick up is Stratford upon Avon Boat Club. Stratford upon Avon rating just 30, which not my job to criticise, but maybe if I was their coach I'd like to see them perhaps rating a little bit higher. Okay, I know it's into a headwind, but it is a coxless 4, and you would hope that they could push along with some pace and some energy. So Stratford upon Avon come to the finish line. Next crew coming past the enclosure, just approaching the 1750 metre mark. Bright yellow kit, very recognisable for Hampton School. Hampton at 33. Perhaps a little bit more like it for a coxless 4 at this level. Challenge coxless 4s for the President's Challenge Cup. It does look to me as if Hampton have just put the rating up a little bit, having come into this zone of red buoys marking the last 250 metres. Obviously the zone where a coach would want you to wind up and use all of your available energy to convert into boat speed. So about 10 strokes to finish line, Hampton School. And then they're being followed up the enclosure by Reading Rowing Club, who are just coming to the 1750 metre mark. Reading at 33, being followed by St Paul's School and then Abingdon. St Paul's School in the white kit, Abingdon School in their cerise kit. Many people would call it pink, but of course we need to get this correct, otherwise we'll get a complaint. Cerise is the correct colour. St Paul's at 34. St Paul's just finishing. Abingdon School will be next to come to the finish line. Abingdon finishing at 33 with about 2 strokes to go to the line. And we're then looking at Thames Rowing Club, again coming past the 1750 metre mark. Thames also at 33. Thames Rowing Club coming to the finish line, just building the rating a little bit as they come into the final 5 strokes. We're timing over 1500 metres. This has become a little bit of a sprint race, of course. Next crew will be HSBC. So HSBC just coming to the line. It's not Hampton School Boat Club, as somebody's just whispered in my ear. It is, at least it used to be restricted to members of the employees of the bank, HSBC. Just debating whether it's now an open club. Next crew coming up will be Quintin Boat Club. Royal blue kit with 2 diagonal white stripes. It's Quintin Boat Club. So Quintin Boat Club, yet another crew coming over at 33 in this 1500 metre time trial. Quintin now at 34, just coming into the last 250 metres. This final zone marked with red buoys, so it's abundantly clear to the crews that they are in the last 250 metres. In a coxless fall like this, at this sort of rating, maybe 25 strokes. Quintin pushing the rating up and up and up, now at 36, with about 10 strokes to go to the line, perhaps 8 strokes. That's the kind of finish that a coach likes to see. Crew really pushing hard, trying to minimise their time over the course. So places in the final if we have them, or the decision overall based on purely on time. So that's Quintin coming to the finish line. Next crew coming up the enclosure, Cardiff Rowing Club. They've just passed the 1750 metre mark. Cardiff at 34 strokes per minute. Cardiff finishing at 34 with about 5 strokes to go to the line. Next crew coming past the enclosure in lane 1 is London Rowing Club. That's their B crew, they're at 34 as well. And then the very characteristic colours of Shiplake College in lane 2. The black, red and gold of Shiplake. So London B cross the line. look as if they've given their all. Shiplake just coming to the line now at 34 strokes per minute. So the next pair of crews approaching the 1750 metre mark in this Challenge Coxless Fours event are Bridgnorth Rowing Club and King's College School Boat Club. Bridgnorth in 33, King's College School at 34. King's College School perhaps just beginning to pull away a little bit from Bridgnorth, a length, perhaps just a little bit of clear water ahead of Bridgnorth. So there we see King's College School being followed by Bridgnorth. So just passing 1750 metre mark now is Thames Rowing Club's C crew. Thames Rowing Club at 34 with about 15 strokes to go to the finish line. Bowman of the Thames Rowing Club crew has a quick look round just to see where they are relative to the line, but about 4 strokes still to go. They're being followed by Maidenhead. So that's Maidenhead just crossing the finish line in the Challenge Coxless Fours. Another 4 or 5 of these Coxless Fours to come down the track, but we now currently have quite a big gap before what I believe will be Hampton School in the yellow kit, who are only just a little past, well, about halfway between the 1250 and the 1500 metre mark. So Hampton at 34.5. A little over halfway across this course. 1500 metres, of course, we're using for these time trials. So inside final 20 strokes, Hampton School Boat Club B crew, crew number 154. They're now at 35 strokes per minute. So with Hampton in about 5 strokes from the finish line, next crew, Sons of the Thames Rowing Club, crew 155. They're at 34 strokes per minute. So Sons of the Thames at 35, just coming to the finish line. They're being followed by Tideway Scullers School. I think reasonably obvious that they're not sculling, they're rowing, despite the club name. And I was looking at one or two of the individuals in the crew. I'm going to guess they're not schoolboys either. Of course, Tideway Scullers School is not a school club, despite the name. An open club on the Tideway in London. Tideway Scullers just crossing the finish line now, to be followed home by London Rowing Club's C crew, who have about 150 metres to go. London at 34 strokes per minute. And then just passing 1750 metre mark, bringing up the rear of this event, is Royal Chester Rowing Club. British Rowing requires all rowing club boats to have an identification number on them, 3 letters that indicate the club, and then a sequential number or whatever to indicate the individual boat. So RCH 404 is Royal Chester, just coming to the finish line, rating 33. Okay, so we now have a little bit of a gap, having completed the Challenge Coxless 4's time trial. A little bit of a gap before we run one of perhaps the more spectacular events, had it been side by side, but we'll see what they can do in this time trial format. The Club 8s will be the next event, sponsored by the Wallingford Town Council for the Borough Challenge Vase. I'd like to say thank you to Wallingford Town Council for their continuing support, and particularly would like to welcome Councillor Ros Lester, Mayor of Wallingford, who is here with us today.
Right, well, the next race being rowed in head of the river time fashion is the Club 8s for the Borough Challenge Vase, sponsored by Wallingford Town Council. And if you're watching on YouTube now, you can see the first two crews having just passed the 1,000-metre mark. And it looks as if we've got Kingston Rowing Club B crew at 35 and Vesta Rowing Club B. So Kingston Rowing Club crew number 18, Vesta Rowing Club B crew number 17. Having a good old dice up there, as far as you can under these circumstances. Bladework's a bit splashy here and there, reflecting the difficult conditions. These people are in fact rowing really very competently in this difficult water. So the first crew in the stripy tops approaching is Kingston Rowing Club, who are maintaining a rate of striking, a stroke frequency of 35 to the minute. Having said that, I should get my mouth shut about saying how well they were rowing. Someone's caught a crab and they stopped. Oh dear. I'll have to wait and see what's going on there. Right, Kingston Rowing Club has stopped for some reason, yet to be revealed, and they're now being passed by the Vesta Rowing Club B crew.
Perhaps they thought they were only racing to 1500.
Well, we're speculating on just what's happened there to the Kingston Rowing Club crew, who stopped and now resumed rowing. So it's interesting. There's a bit of spectacular TV for you there. The Kingston crew stopped rowing and are now resumed rowing. And, of course, they've now been caught up by the Vesta crew. So precisely what all that's about, we don't really know. Well, the Vesta crew now apparently having caught up with them, possibly overtaken, not quite overtaken, with about 100 metres to go for these two crews to the timeline. The boat in front at the moment in this timed head the river style race is Kingston Rowing Club, who are at 35 to the minute, and Vesta Rowing Club on the far side. Right, meanwhile, further back we have, now this looks like, this is Pembroke College, Oxford, in the pink. And just off screen to the left is, I think, Molesey Boat Club. Yes, I think that's Pembroke College, Oxford, who are at 34 to the minute. And just coming into sight now on the screen is Molesey Boat Club, crew number 20. So this is turning into quite a good race between these two crews, because they were, of course, started one after the other. Molesey now at 35. Of course, the psychology of this head racing is such that normally you're rowing in something of a vacuum, but if something comes up alongside you, then it gives you a bit more of an incentive to race, like a real side-by-side race. So, of course, they're now having a good go at each other. Pembroke have increased the rate of striking, now at 35.2. So it looks like Pembroke will cross the timeline first, followed by Molesey Boat Club, crew number 20. Right, now further back down the course, Right, well, the crew, if you're watching on the YouTube screen, the middle of the picture is Marlow Rowing Club A, crew number 21, and about to appear at some point on the left here, off screen at the moment, is the Exeter Rowing Club crew number 22. Marlow Rowing Club at 31, and this is Exeter Rowing Club crew number 22. Exeter Rowing Club 34. We're just thinking here in our commentary position in the finish tower that it seems if the water's calmed down a little bit as the wind has dropped. So these two crews have just gone past the 1750 metre mark, so they've got about 200 metres to go. So here we have crew number 22, Exeter Rowing Club. About 50 metres to go. And meanwhile, Marlow Rowing Club A crew are just crossing the timeline. And excellent. Now we cut away to the next part of this this race. Somewhere down the course. There's an umpire's lawn sitting there. Here we are. So we've got Thames Rowing Club B crew, crew number 24, and Tideway Scullers, crew number 23. Well, the sun is trying hard to come out. A bit late in the day, but I suppose better late than never, as it were. Thames Rowing Club 34.5. Passing the 1500 metre mark. So here we have the Molesey Boat Club crew, Thames Rowing Club crew, beg your pardon, B crew, number 24, who are at 34 per minute. I'm not sure whether they're pulling away from Tideway Scullers, crew number 23 or not, but so they're putting up their rate of striking, having a go for the finish line. And Tideway Scullers, crew number 23. Right, we cut away now down the course, next couple of crews. Righto, so we have two crews in red. One is Marlow Rowing Club B crew, crew number 25, and the other one is Vesta Rowing Club A crew, crew number 26. And I think it's probably, I don't know, I shall get this wrong. We're trying to decide who is which, because they've got two crews in red. Yeah, the red and white blades, crew number 25 on the left there. We think that's Marlow. So the other crew is Vesta Rowing Club A crew, number 26. Vesta Rowing Club at 31. Crew number 26 is Vesta Rowing Club A crew. So that is Vesta Rowing Club crew number 26. This is crew number 25, which is Marlborough Rowing Club B crew. They've got about 50 meters to go. Now, the next two crews, this is again Club 8 for the Borough Challenge Vase, sponsored by Wallingford Town Council. And we think we've up here crew number 27, Wilson College, Oxford, crew number 28. I've just been corrected. Apparently I said Vesta. I meant to say Lee Rowing Club in the yellow. And that's crew 27 and Wilson, so crew number 28. So if you're watching on screen, Lee crew is on the right and Wilson College on the left. But if you're standing on the bank at the other side of the lake, it's the other way around. So the Lee Rowing Club going away from you, and as you'll be looking at, they'll be on the left, and Wilson College, Oxford, crew number 28 will be on the right. Of course, if you look at the numbers of the crews, you wouldn't have to bother about that anyway, really. Right, now, this is still Club 8 for the Borough Challenge Vase, Wallingford, sponsored by Wallingford Town Council. And this crew we think is Upper Thames, crew number 29. Who are maintaining rate of striking of 34. Well, that's Upper Thames Rowing Club, crew number 29. Right, now on screen is City of Bristol Rowing Club, crew 30. City of Bristol maintaining 34. We're scanning back, look further down the course again. This is Thames Rowing Club A crew number 31 and Agecroft Rowing Club number 32. Well, that's Thames Rowing Club and Agecroft. Here they are. Agecroft just creeping into view here. Thames Rowing Club number 32. Thames at 35. And that's the Agecroft Rowing Club crew, and they're maintaining a rate of striking of 34.
Good race that. Thames 504.8, Agecroft 508 dead.
Right, well, now the next two crews would appear to be Canterbridgian, crew number 33, and London Rowing Club B, crew number 34. Canterbridgian maintaining 32 to the minute. We're going past the refreshment tent over there. And that's definitely, yes, crew number 33, Canterbridgian. Right, here we have a London Rowing Club B, crew number 34. And then we have some ducks. Right, well now we have what looks like London Rowing Club A crew, crew number 36, who are at 31. And beyond them in the inner lane is Quinton Boat Club. London Rowing Club A crew 36, looking very relaxed here. Crew number 36. London Rowing Club 31. So London Rowing Club there at 31, very relaxed rowing. London 35 is Quinton Boat Club. Quinton Boat Club. The next two crews approaching us are, we think it's Oriel College, Oxford in the dark, nearer to you if you're looking at it on the screen, with Curlew Rowing Club, crew number 37, in the light blue, a bit further away. Or if you're watching this from the enclosure area, it's the other way around, to say Curlew in the light blue are nearer you, and Oriel College are further away from you in the dark. So Oriel College at 34. With about 50 metres to go, and just behind them in the inner lane are Curlew Rowing Club. Or Curlew at 32 to the minute. But here's City of Oxford, crew number 39. The City of Oxford, 39. They're maintaining 31 to the minute, 31 strokes per minute, stroke frequency. City of Oxford passing the 1750 metre mark. And now increased it to 33 to the minute. Now here's Norwich Rowing Club, crew number 40. This is the final crew in this timed head race to decide the Club 8's event for the Borough Challenge Vase, sponsored by Wallingford Town Council. Norwich now raised it to 34 as they approach the line.
Okay, so welcome back after that short break. We continue with these time trials. The next event will be the Junior Under 18 Single Sculls for the Gov Curtis Cup. And indeed, does look as if the scullers have got underway from the 500 metre mark. We have the advantage in the finish tower of a camera and a large TV screen, and we can see 5 or 6 or 7 scullers just really setting off into the first stage of this time trial for the Junior Under 18 Single Sculls. So we are trying to set the crews off in the order in which they're printed in the programme. So we understand that F. Steele of Molesey Boat Club has scratched, but we are expecting D. Luffren of the Windsor Boys School and J. Bruce of Royal Grammar School High Wycombe, T. Jose of Cardiff City, T. B. Turnell of Henley to be amongst the first single scullers coming towards us. Some little way off yet, of course, having only really just covered perhaps the first 250 metres of this event. These first 3 or 4 scullers coming towards us, most of them appear to be using unpainted or perhaps just white painted sculls, so not easy for us to pick up who is whom at the moment. We'll bring that to you once they come a little closer into view and we can start to read off some crew numbers off their backs. But the first 4 scullers all appear to be quite close together as they probably approach half distance in this 1500 metre time trial. So we have a group of I think about 5 scullers coming towards the or just passing the 1500 metre mark. We can see in their pale blue kit S. O'Neill of Shandon Boat Club from Cork in the Republic of Ireland, wearing a very natty hat to keep what passes for sun off of us here in the south of England today, in the last day of April. We also have B. Turnell of Henley Rowing Club and T. Jose of Cardiff City in the sort of royal blue kit. So O'Neill from Shandon, rating 30, is the leading of this group. Turnell of Henley, rating 28. Trying to close the gap on O'Neill of Shandon, who is the leading sculler of this group coming towards the finish line. The third sculler of this group coming towards the line is Jose of Cardiff City, and he's being followed by Joe Bruce of Royal Grammar School High Wycombe. But O'Neill of Shandon crossing the line with Turnbull of Henley about a length behind. 2 or 3 lengths of clear water to Jose of Cardiff. And then Bruce of Royal Grammar School High Wycombe. Sculler coming to the finish line now is Jay Wilson of Emmanuel School. 2 strokes to go to the finish line. Next sculler coming towards us, number 482, is W. Renane of Shandon Boat Club from the Republic of Ireland. He's rating 29, Renane from Shandon. About 150 metres to go. At the risk of imposing a commentator's curse on him, Renane of Shandon sculling quite neatly there as he comes towards the finish line with about 5 or 6 strokes to go. Next pair of scullers are Bodkin of the Windsor Boys School and Larkin of Beckett School. Bodkin of Windsor Boys School rating 30 strokes per minute. Leading Larkin of Beckett School, who is closest to the enclosure in lane 1. So Bodkin of the Windsor Boys School comes to the finish line, followed home by Larkin of Beckett School. Next sculler coming past the enclosure is Jay Troyer of the American School in London, sculling over at 27 strokes per minute. And as Troyer of the American School in London comes towards the line, we then pick up G. Cowley of Cardiff City Rowing Club. who's about 12 strokes out from the finish line. Cowley of Cardiff City is at 28 strokes per minute. I think he's possibly just realised he's only about 10 strokes from the line. So we have sculler 491 M Thompson from St Edward's School, and we, as you can see, also have a swimmer who's managed to tow his boat out of lane 1 and receiving some assistance on the riverbank there. Good to see, thank you gents. Safety launch is crossing the lake to assist, but I suspect we'll be there just a few seconds too late. So this is M Thompson of St Edward's School Boat Club with about 15 or 20 strokes to go to the finish line. Thompson sculling at 27 strokes per minute. Trying to keep it neat and clean in these slightly bobbly conditions. So as Thompson of St Edward's completes the course, the next sculler is B. Issa of Henley Rowing Club, crew 490. Issa sculling at 28 strokes per minute. And he's being pushed quite hard now by Jackson of Barn Elms, who's put the rating up quite high, trying to really push into the finish line. Jackson of Barn Elms trying to close that gap to Issa of Henley on the line. Jackson at 33 strokes per minute. So I think the key sculler coming to finishing line is M. Craggs of Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe, followed closely by T. Sco of the American School in London. Those two scullers overlapping as they cross the line there. Just coming to the finish line is R. Richardson of Globe, we think. Yep, Richardson of Globe just finishing. With about 10 strokes to go, L. Goodyear of Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe, coming towards the finish line. These junior under 18 single sculls, all of these. So we think that completes the junior under 18 single sculls, and we believe the swimmer who's walking along the riverbank, somebody carrying his boat, he's carrying his blades, so not rowed out, was B. Radcliffe Brown of Cambridge 99 Rowing Club. coming down. Women's Junior School Coxed 4s for the Meadows Cup. So there were originally 12 entries in this Women's Junior School Coxed 4s. We know that at least one has scratched. So we're expecting up to about 11 of these Women's Coxed 4s, these Women's Junior School Coxed 4s, to come down the course. So just coming to the 1750 metre mark, the South African Schools Rowing Union, the first of these Women's Junior School Coxed 4s, rowing over at 31 strokes per minute. So the South African schools quite some distance ahead of the second crew in this event, Bedford Girls School B crew, crew 278, who are in lane 2, just coming to the 1750 metre mark themselves. South African girls still rating 31 strokes per minute. Bedford Girls School B crew rating just 28 as they come into the final 10 or 12 strokes of this race. Just as I say it, Bedford Girls School picked the rating up and now 30. 5 strokes to go to the finish line. Quite a big gap here to the next group of crews in this Women's Junior School Coxed 4s event for the Meadows Cup. So we think it's St George's College who are leading this group. They're rating 28 strokes per minute. So the next crew coming towards us is in fact Godolphin and Latimer School, crew number 280. They're at 35 strokes per minute. They're pushing along quite nicely. Some little way ahead of a group of crews who are following them, but they're pushing along well. Godolphin and Latimer School there. Still at 35 as they come towards the 1750 metre mark, 250 metres to go. Zone marked by red boys from here to the finish line. Good visual signal to the crew that they're into the last 25-30 strokes of this race. An opportunity to start to build pressure and rating. Godolphin and Latimer still rating 35 strokes per minute. We've maintained that for certainly the second half of this race, second half of this time trial, perhaps I should call it. About 10 strokes to go to the finish line. Godolphin and Latimer School. Then as we look back down the course, quite a big gap until we pick up St George's College. Look to be taking it a little bit steadier than Godolphin and Latimer, who were ahead of them. Ratings a little bit lower perhaps. St George's just at 30 strokes per minute. Rowing quite neatly, quite nicely together, not very much of boat rolling from side to side. Looks nicely balanced. So following St George's are Headington School 284, featuring the daughter of one of your commentators. I'm not going to say which one. Headington School are also being followed by Emmanuel. Headington School sitting about length and a half, 2 lengths ahead of Emmanuel. Headington School at 32. Nice lean back on the finish, a little bit of extra effort there just on the finish into this headwind from Headington School. Very reminiscent for those who are a certain age of Anne Marden, the American single sculler from silver medalist in Seoul Olympic Games. And it's hardly surprising given that she's the mother of one of that Headington School crew. Just coming to the finish line, Putney High School, crew 286. And they're followed by Bedford Girls School A crew, crew 283, just across in lane 2. So that was Putney High School just finishing, Bedford Girls School A just coming to the finish line. So that completes the Women's Junior School Coxed 4s time trial. And we run straight on to the Women's Junior Under-16 Quadruple Sculls for the FE Hedges Cup. And this event kindly sponsored for us by Queen Bee Athletics. And our thanks to them and to all of our sponsors today. First of these crews is Isle of Ely Rowing Club. Relatively new club, and a name that perhaps many are not familiar with. Isle of Ely, founded in only 2004, if I remember rightly, and as a consequence of the 60th anniversary of the 1944 boat race, Oxford-Cambridge boat race, which was rowed at Ely. So they had celebrations for the 60th anniversary of that boat race, which prompted the formation of a club in the town, Isle of Ely Rowing Club, just coming towards the finish line now. Next crew coming past the enclosure in this women's junior under-16 quads is Headington School, crew C372. They're rating 30 strokes per minute. They're being followed by Thames Rowing Club, crew 370. So Headington School with about 6 or 7 strokes to the finish line. Sculling quite nicely together. Of course, Headington School, one of the strongest of the girls' schools in this country, rowing-wise, amongst other things. Thames Rowing Club following them home. Thames at 29 strokes per minute. And then followed by Hinksey Sculling School from Oxford, crew 371. Rating a bit lower than perhaps the other crews around them. Hinksey Sculling School just at 29 strokes per minute in these last 6 or 7 strokes to the finish line. Bit of a gap then to the next crew, crew 365, so William Borlase Grammar School. Borlase rating 30. Perhaps not quite the cohesion of some of the other crews in this event, boat rolling just a little bit. Very difficult conditions. Remember, these are under 16s. Well, they were under 16 on the 1st of September last year, to be pedantic. So some of them will be 16, but never mind that. Passing 1750 metre mark, South African Schools Rowing Union, crew 375. In a good tussle with the crew alongside them, almost alongside. And we're looking at 379 Molesey, who are chasing 375, the South African Schools Rowing Union. So here come Molesey in lane 2, or maybe even have moved over into just into lane 3. Of course, these quadruple sculls are coxless, so one of the crew has to do the steering. Molesey at 30 strokes per minute. And South Africans, I think somebody just caught a crab there. They stopped rowing for a few moments, which has allowed Molesey to come back to perhaps only a length and a quarter behind them. But 3 or 4 strokes to go to the finish line. And we look back up the course. Next crew to finish will be 373, the King's School Worcester. King's School Worcester at just 29 strokes per minute in lane 1 with about 10 strokes to go to the finish line. And pushing along quite nicely, Star Club, crew 378 in their red kit. Star at 31, trying to pick it up just for the last 5 strokes up to the finish line. And then the final 2 crews to complete this event, Latimer Upper School and Putney High School. Latimer Upper at 31 strokes per minute. So coming in towards the finish line, it's Latimer Upper School, closest to the enclosure, furthest away from the camera to those of you watching on YouTube. And bringing up the rear of this field, Putney High School in their black and white kit, or dark blue and white. So we run straight on then with the junior under 16 eights for the Sir Max Mallowan Challenge Cup event sponsored by Ridgeway International. Crew coming through first are Shiplake College, Shiplake being chased by St Paul's School, 71. Shiplake holding them off quite nicely. St Paul's School perhaps just looking slightly livelier. Shiplake looking just a little bit heavy perhaps as they come to the line. St Paul's at 34. Next crew to come down, Radley College, coming to the 1750 metre mark, crew 74. Very well known red and white kit. Radley at 34 strokes per minute. A little bit of a funny rig on this boat with both bow and stroke on the same side, and with 4 and 5 together on bow side in the middle of the boat. Presumably the coach feels that that's just a slightly better distribution of weight in the boat and makes the boat go just very slightly faster based on technique. And make the boat go straighter based on man particularly. So coming now to the 1750 metre mark, crew 73, Hampton School B. Their kit looking particularly fluorescent in these light conditions. Both a yellow boat and yellow singlets. Hampton rating 30 strokes per minute, notably lower than the crews ahead of them in on this course. So Hampton with about 5 strokes to go to the finish line. So a bit of a gap here to the next pair of crews who've gone past the 1250 metre mark, approaching the 1500 metre mark on the course, which of course will be 1000 metres into this time trial, running from the 500 metre mark to the finish. So crew 70, closest to the enclosure in their dark red kit, is Marlow Rowing Club. Marlow at 31 strokes per minute. Just picking up a little bit to 32 strokes per minute, Marlow Rowing Club. And almost alongside them is crew 72, which should be Eton College here on their home water. Eton College's A crew in this junior under 16/8s event. Good race between these two crews. Marlow Rowing Club just a few miles up the River Thames from where we are, and Eton College on their home water. These two crews very close to level Eton College at 32 strokes per minute, matching Marlow at 32 strokes per minute. This is what we were trying to achieve by setting them off roughly in pairs and give us a bit of a competitive element here. Eton College perhaps just nudging ahead of Marlow as they come towards the finish line. Eton College just squeezing out to about half a length lead coming to the line. Eton at 33, just picking it up a little bit more for these last few strokes. So Eton College half a length up on Marlow as they cross the finish line. We also have another pair of crews racing virtually side by side coming towards the finish here. King's College School in lane 1 and St George's College alongside them. King's College School from Wimbledon in southwest London. KCS at 34 strokes per minute. We can see King's College School just managing to hold off St George's as they come to the finish line. Just about a canvas between those two crews on the line. Good competitive race there between them. Hopefully one crew pushing the other along quite nicely. And we have Bedford School out in lane 2. Sort of royal blue and white vertical. Bedford School at 31, and they're followed by Dulwich College A crew. So Bedford School coming to the finish line, being chased by Dulwich College, a couple of lengths behind. Dulwich finishing at 34. And Abingdon School, the characteristic cerise-coloured blades and kit, crew 79. Which we believe will be the last of these junior under-16 8s for the Sir Max Mallowan Challenge Cup, and sponsored by Ridgeway International. No, I tell a lie. There is another heat of this event to come, or another heat's worth of crews. So Abingdon with about 3 strokes to go to come to the finish line, being chased by Eton College's B crew. Eton at 32. Eton College there having crossed the line. We now have a bit of a gap until the next cruise. So next crew in the red kit, Bedford Modern School, rating 30 strokes per minute. Perhaps a little low for this event. And then we have 2 crews almost side by side following Bedford Modern School. So Bedford Modern School leading this little flotilla, which then has Dulwich College B and Shrewsbury School by side, about 3 behind Bedford Modern, Dulwich and Shrewsbury. Shrewsbury look as if they've rowed through Dulwich in the last couple of 100 metres. Shrewsbury rowing very well, actually, just looking at that from our position in the finish tower. Shrewsbury at 34 strokes per minute, having now gone a length ahead of Dulwich in about the last 20 strokes and now pulling away. Shrewsbury School pushing very hard to the finish line and moving considerably quicker than Dulwich closest to the enclosure. Dulwich being chased down by Hampton School A. Hampton School in their familiar yellow and black colours. So that's Dulwich crossing the line and Hampton School just finishing now.
Well, we've come now to women's club single sculls for the Skiff Regatta Cup. And approaching us are the first couple of boats, and we think we have Adams from Vesta Rowing Club 504 in the dark red top, maroon top, and we have Stag of Reading Rowing Club in the darker blue and white strip of Reading Rowing Club. These two scullers have got about 250 metres to go. So we've got Adams of Vesta with about 100 metres to go now. Adams at 27. And then we have Stag of Reading, number 503. Corrections, that's not Reading Road, that's Olwumi from Globe Rowing Club, crew number 509. So we're not quite sure what all of this started in. Olwumi at 28. Now on the screen, if you're looking on YouTube, it's 506, which is Gallagher Walbrook. And Gallagher Walbrook was about 27. Gallagher Walbrook, about 200 metres to go. Okay, coming into sight now on the TV screens, if you're watching, is Sculler 505, Titterington from Sudbury Rowing Club. And we're just commenting on the fact that, whoops, we had a slightly muffed extraction there. Sudbury's recovered well. We didn't have an immersion, fortunately. We were just saying that there is still a breeze, a wind blowing on the course, so it's not exactly ideal conditions, but they're coping well anyway. Well, certainly you want to make sure you've got good clean extractions, good square extractions in these slightly choppy conditions to make sure that you don't get caught. This is 505. So that's 505, Titterington from Sudbury, approaching the line. Oh, I see. And we've got O'Heen of Poplar Blackburn district just crossing the line. All right. So that was Titterington of Sudbury crossing the line, and then we have Gallagher of Walbrook, and then behind Gallagher is O'Heen of Poplar Blackburn district. Crew number, boat number, sculler number 508. And that's Stagger Reading crossing the line. And we've got Gallagher of Walbrook here. No number, but lane number 4. She should be number 506, but Gallagher of Walbrook at striking 30. In fact, the sculler there without a number, we've come to conclusions, in fact, number 513 from Poplar Blackburn district. And we've now got 510, Merritt Smith of Upper Thames Rowing Club. And just behind that sculler is 515, who is Hallett of Taunton Rowing Club, in the sort of luminous yellow-green boat. So 510, Merritt Smith of Upper Thames, with about 150 metres to go, at about 27.5. So Hallett, 515. So then we've got the Abingdon sculler, Ashton from Abingdon, number 512. And we've got Plunkett of Canterbridgeon. And then we have Lennox of Vesta Rowing Club, 514. And following Lennox, we have Riemann, number 516 from Reading Rowing Club. So Riemann, Reading Rowing Club, about 100 metres to go at 26. Riemann is the last sculler in that event, and that is we're then going to be following the men's challenge Cox fours. So Riemann is just crossing the line. So that's the last competitor in the women's club single sculls for the Skiff Regatta Cup. And we now have the men's challenge Cox fours, the Coronation Challenge Cup, sponsored by Active Tools. The first crew, with about 75 metres to go, is Royal Chester Rowing Club number 171. Then we've got crew number 172, Warwick Rowing Club. Then I think it's going to be King's College Cambridge after that, followed by Shiplake, but they're quite some way away. We'll have to check that in a moment. Right, the next crew is number 175, Abingdon School, who are striking 32. 175, Abingdon School, about 50 metres to go. And the crew after them, we believe, is number 174, King's College Cambridge. 32, and then we've got, this is 174, King's College Cambridge now. Closely pressed by Shiplake, 173 in the inner lane. So this is King's College Cambridge and Shiplake approaching. Shiplake 35 to the minute. And the next crew to approach the line is actually Molesey Boat Club, crew number 177. Who are at 34 to the minute. And behind them we've got two crews close together. In fact, it's going to be very close indeed between these next two. Molesey crossing the line now. Now we've got right, 178, Stratford Upon Avon crossing it. Right, we've got King's College School, crew 180. And Reading Rowing Club. And we've got 182 Thames Rowing Club approaching. we've got a bit of a gap now before Thames Rowing Club Crew 182 cross the line. We're at 34. Right, so Thames Rowing Club Crew number 182 approaching the line. 34 to the minute. Very crisp. Okay, and the next couple of crews to approach the line, we've got Hinksey Sculling School, Crew 183 in the light blue. Hinksey Sculling School at 30. Hinksey Sculling School. I've got 184 Thames Rowing Club. Sorry, St George's College. They're at 31. Right, Southampton School's Rowing Union crossing the line now. And the next crew across the line in the Challenge Cox Fours is 187 City of Oxford Rowing Club, who are at 32. And the last crew in this event across the line is going to be Tideway Scullers School, number 188, who are at 34. We now come to Women's Junior School Quadruple Sculls for the Holder Club, Holder Cup, sponsored by Philippi UK. And the first 2 or 3 crews are approaching us, approaching the 1750 metre position, and we have so we've got Shrewsbury School, crew number 358, Sir William Perkins School B crew, number 357, and Sir William Boulay's Grammar School, crew 354. Shrewsbury maintaining a rate of striking of 30. So the crew's got about 75 to 100 metres to go in the Women's Junior or School Quadruple Sculls. Shrewsbury School leading this particular group. Bear in mind it's a timed race, of course we have no idea just by looking at them what their relative performances will be. So Shrewsbury School crossing the line. We've got Sir William Boulay's Grammar School and Sir William Perkins School B crew. And behind them is Hinksey Sculling School, number 355 in the light blue, passing the 1750 metre mark. And Hinksey are maintaining a rate of striking of 30. Hinksey crew number 355 are maintaining a rate of 34 as they approach the line. And the next crew to approach the line, still at 1750 metres, is crew number 359, Great Marlow School, in the black and red tops. Right, Great Marlow School are at 34 strokes to the minute. And then we've got crew 360, St Paul's Girls' School, who are striking 33. And then behind them we've got crew 363, which is St Edward's School, and then 361, which is the King's School Worcester. Those two crews are approaching the finish line. St Edward's at 31. And we also have crew We've got crew 356 from Latham Upper School, who were supposed to be in the previous group of crews. Anyway, and then we have 364, which is Thames Rowing Club. Thames Rowing Club, crew number 364, striking 31. So we've got 366 Shiplake College. Thames crossing the line. Then we've got 366 Shiplake College. Shiplake maintaining 32. And after Shiplake approaching the finish line, we have crew 367, Bedford Modern School. Bedford Modern School, crew 367, striking 31. And behind them, we have Sir William Perkins School A crew, crew number 368. So it's William Perkins School A crew, crew number 368, striking 32. This is the last crew in this event. That's the Women's Junior School quadruple sculls.
So the time trial for the next event is underway. This is the Junior School A8s for the Mike Dizzarin's Memorial Trophy, and this event kindly sponsored by Coxed by Active Tools. So first two crews coming towards us, we believe, are Shrewsbury School, closest to the enclosure, and Winchester College. These two crews essentially side by side, about 500 metres into this 1500 metre time trial. Water is still quite rough down at the start. The conditions haven't really eased at all today. I stepped out of the building a short while ago and I'm sure I felt a few spots of rain, but seems to have eased off again. But certainly this wind hasn't. It's been just very consistent all day long out of the southeast. Shrewsbury at 34 strokes per minute. So Winchester College and Shrewsbury School having a real good ding-dong battle, virtually side by side. Winchester College, crew number 43 in lane 2, just with the advantage over Shrewsbury School. And they've passed the 1500 metre mark. Both crews were at 34 strokes per minute in the middle of this time trial, which is, of course, actually developed into a race with two crews setting off pretty much side by side. So inside the final 100 metres, Winchester College just beginning to squeeze out to a length's advantage over Shrewsbury School. Both crews treating this as it is, a side-by-side race. Winchester College just squeezing up the rating to 35, perhaps 36 as they move out to just having clear water over Shrewsbury School in lane 1 as they come to the finish line. Coming past the 1750 metre mark is St Edward's School, crew number 41, in their very familiar cornflower blue kit. They're at 35 strokes per minute, pushing along quite well. Ten strokes to go to the finish line, pushing the rating up and up and up, winding up. That's St Edward's School, with about 6 strokes to the finish line. They're followed by Radley. Radley also at 35 strokes per minute. Bit of a gap then to the next crew, who we think are Eton College A crew. Bowman's not showing his crew number. I think he's sitting on it, I think. So we need to wait until the boat comes a little closer into view and we can see the lane number on the front of the boat, which may give us a better clue as to who they are. So in fact this is Eton College's B crew, crew number 49. Coming up the enclosure, approaching the 1750 metre mark. Also, of course, I should have known it wasn't Eton's A crew, because only the first 8 allowed to wear the Cambridge blue coloured kit. All of the other Eton crews in this dark blue Oxford coloured kit. And of course it's the other way round. Cambridge University for the first boat race copied Eton College, and I guess Oxford therefore did something similar. Eton at 35 as they come towards the finish line with about 5 strokes to go. Continuing to wind the rating up, pushing in these last few couple of strokes to the finish line in this time trial for the Junior School A8 for the Mike Dizerens Memorial Trophy, and sponsored by Coxed by Active Tools. Next crew coming past the 1750 metre mark is Dulwich College, crew number 47. They're also at 35 strokes per minute. Dulwich rowing in a bit of a vacuum here, no other crews around them to push them on or to pace themselves against. So really down to the Coxed to keep the crew very focused on what just they are doing, not what anybody else is doing, just they in the boat. Pushing along very, very smoothly. Ratings coming up and up and up as they come towards the finish line with about 4 strokes to go. That's Dulwich College just coming to the finish line now. Good effort from Dulwich. Next crew in their black and white kit, Molesey Boat Club, with about 100 metres to go to the finish line. Only rating 34, notably lower than some of the other crews that we've seen come up in this event. Moving very well together though, Molesey. Big question is are they turning that into boat speed? Passing the 1750 metre mark is Llandaff Rowing Club, crew number 50. Once again, their coxswain urging them on to bigger and bigger effort as they come into the final 10 or 12 strokes of this event. Crew not really responding, not perhaps picking it up and sprinting in these last few strokes. Still only at 32 strokes per minute, Llandaff, as they come towards the finish line with 6 or 7 strokes to go. So that completes the events where there were more than 6 entries for this second half of the regatta, for the afternoon session. We would ordinarily in the programme now have had some repechages, but as we're doing the events on time, those are cancelled. So we now have a little bit of a gap until we get to what would have been a straight final. And so we therefore have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more events to race, which are races in your program 100 to 105. These events will once again, because of the conditions here today, which just haven't improved through the day, will be run as time trials. So we have a bit of a gap now till scheduled at 17:24 for the club single sculls. And just to confirm part of that message, which perhaps I didn't quite make clear enough, owing to the conditions, there will be no more side-by-side racing today. So the events that we have just been witnessing for the last couple of hours as time trials, the events themselves will be decided on those times put up by the crews. So there won't be finals. We won't be selecting the fastest 6 crews to race side by side. The weather forecast continues, if anything, to be pretty much the same until after dark this evening. So there's really no prospect of the weather improving. And therefore the final 6 events we still have to decide. As I say, those will be run as time trials, with the first of those expected to start in about 35 or so minutes time. So I would suggest that you perhaps find some refreshments, that you get yourself warm. The burger and fries bar and the ice cream van are still open for business. Restaurant in the boathouse still open for business. You can get yourselves teas and coffees, etc., etc., from those locations. Main marquee just down by the car park, close to the 1500 metre mark. Refreshments there as well. So resume racing in about 35 minutes time. Thank you. I think this short break in racing is an appropriate time to mention something which we mentioned this morning. I don't think it's been mentioned since, that in particular Rock the Boat are trying to raise £19,000 to get Helen Dyson, who was Great Britain's first Paralympic gold medal winning woman rower, a Jenny Segway wheelchair. Helen, our understanding is, had a further back operation last week, and this Jenny Segway wheelchair would really give her back her independence and confidence, and perhaps even some va-va-voom. So Rock the Boat, tremendous effort from them, trying to raise £19,000 towards that, to buy her that wheelchair. You can donate by visiting www.justgiving.com/crowdfunding/wheels for Helen, or better still, you can pop along to Rock the Boat stand, which is down towards the house, and hand over some of your readies, your loose change out of your pocket. Di would be immensely appreciative of any donation that you can make. So you can make that donation in person by visiting the Rock the Boat stand, which is towards the between the finish line and the boathouse, or by donating online at www.justgiving.com/crowdfunding/wheels for Helen. Thank you. Okay, so those of you who are still with us, welcome back. Or perhaps you never left, actually. We've had some refreshment here in the finish tower, just finishing a cup of tea. So we've got 6 more events to determine. Going to be run off as time trials once again. These are the 6 events which in the original programming of the regatta would have been straight finals. We've held off until 17:24 because that was the published time for the final of the club single sculls. So if we'd tried to run this half an hour ago, 3/4 of an hour ago, some of these scullers perhaps wouldn't have been here early enough to boat early enough to take place in a race earlier. So 17:24 was the published time for this event, and that's when about now we should be just about ready to start. From our position in the finish tower we can see the scullers for this race assembling, and indeed has just started down at the 500 metre mark. So they're being set off by an umpire just before the timing line at 500 metres, with the intention that they're up to full speed or something approaching full speed by the time they get to that 500 metre mark. Racing down the course, same format as we had earlier this afternoon, so objective is to try and set them off in pairs side by side so that we've got a vestige of proper racing. But this event will be determined on time. So this first event is the club single sculls for the Dorney trophy. Were originally 7 entries in this event. 6 of them have turned up at the start and are coming down the course. So we're expecting to see F. Benyon of Cardiff City Rowing Club, D. Boddington of the Griffin Boat Club, R. Moles of Upper Thames Rowing Club, A. Prendergast of Shannon Boat Club from Cork in the Republic of Ireland, R. Fergus from Abingdon Rowing Club, and D. George from Cardiff City Rowing Club. So the sculler leading this field, coming towards us, we believe, is D. Boddington of the Griffin Boat Club. Griffin is the club for old Abingdonians, so Abingdon School Boat Club alumni. So D. Boddington of the Griffin, and it does look to me that he's sculled away from the Cardiff City and Upper Thames competitors, who we think started a bit closer to him than they now are. Boddington at 29, considerable distance ahead of the other two scullers in this event. Of course, mentally it must be very easy at this point for him to think he's won it, he's a long way ahead, but it is based on time, and one of the scullers starting further back could very well catch him in time, if not physically on the water. Coming towards the 1750 metre mark then is Boddington of the Griffin. So the second sculler and third sculler in this race are coming towards us. Prendergast of Shannon Boat Club in the pale blue kit, crew 471, pale blue blades and a pale blue singlet. And then it's a Cardiff sculler. We do have two in this event from Cardiff. The one that's coming towards us is Bainan, F. Bainan of Cardiff City. But it's Boddington of the Griffin Club coming towards the finish line. Some considerable way ahead of Prendergast of Shandon, who's then followed by Bainan of Cardiff City. Prendergast sculling at 31, Bainan at 29. Coming into the final 100 metres or so of this race. Once again, delighted to see these crews from Shandon Boat Club in Cork and Republic of Ireland come across for the regatta, but our apologies to them, like our apologies to everybody else, that the weather has scuppered our plans for 6-lane racing here today. So that's Prendergast of Shandon just finishing, and being followed by Bainan of Cardiff City. Next sculler to come through is R. Moles from Upper Thames Rowing Club. He's sculling just at 26 strokes per minute. And then bringing up the rear of this field, much more like side by side. First of all, Fergus from Abingdon Rowing Club, who's sculling just in front of D. George from Cardiff City. Fergus at 26.5 strokes per minute. George of Cardiff City is pushing very hard. He's sculling at 32.5 strokes per minute. Paddle length down on the Abingdon sculler Fergus, trying to close that gap and push towards the finish line. The Abingdon sculler perhaps just holding him off. So it's Fergus of Abingdon coming to the line ahead of George of Cardiff City. So the next event is underway, a time trial to decide the women's club double sculls for the Winterbrook Challenge Cup, and this event sponsored by Ken and Ros Lester. Ken Lester notable for being Britain's youngest ever Olympian, having coxed the men's coxed pair at the Rome Olympics in 1960 at the age of 13. And his wife Ros Lester, who is the current mayor of Wallingford. Again. So we're waiting for these crews to come a bit closer so that we can positively identify them. We were expecting 6 crews to contest this event, but only 5 have turned up at the start. So we'll bring you some information on who those 5 are, and we can get a positive identification on them as they come a little bit closer to us. As I think many of you will know, we have been broadcasting this live all day on YouTube. But in view of the fact that we have no staff at the 1,000 metre and 1,500 metre huts, our cameras there have been retrieved, and therefore we only have this one camera here in the finish tower looking back down the course as the first 2 crews come towards that 1,000 metre mark. I think from what we can see the classic red and white striped hooped shirts of Kingston Rowing Club, just passing an umpire launch and the 1,000 metre mark. So it's Kingston Rowing Club in the lane closest to the enclosure. And then more or less alongside them is the double from Mortlake Anglian and Alpha, their B crew we assume. So Kingston and Mortlake Anglian and Alpha, 2 crews coming towards us first of all. So Kingston Rowing Club at 31 strokes per minute. Mortlake Anglian and Alpha at 30. Both doubles just trying to scull cleanly in this still quite bobbly water. Probably is worse for them than it looks for us. Just trying to keep it together, keep it smooth, keep the boat running, try not to clip a crest of a wave and kick the boat over, roll it one way or the other. And they're both doing a pretty good job here. There's not too much splash coming up from either boat. As long as that wasn't the curse of the commentator there. There's a little bit of splash from Kingston, just as I say it. But they are coping quite well into this headwind and this popply water. Kingston Rowing Club at 31. Possibly just in front of Mortlake Anglian and Alpha. But these 2 crews are having a proper race here. Kingston bow girl just looks across at Mortlake Anglian and Alpha. Mortlake crew at 30 strokes per minute. Kingston still at 31. Kingston maybe just beginning to edge away as they approach the 1750 metre mark. So as they come towards the finish line in this, the time trial for the women's club double sculls, it's Kingston Rowing Club who will be the first boat home. They've rowed away from Mortlake Anglian and Alpha, now lead them by let's say 2 lengths of clear water, perhaps even a little more as they push last few strokes up to the line. So it's Kingston Rowing Club coming home first, Mortlake Anglian and Alpha following them. The next crew coming down the course is Wallingford Rowing Club. They are carrying lane 6 on the bow of their boat. Helps us identify them as Wallingford, as if we didn't know the colour scheme of scarlet and sky blue being our home club. Wallingford at just 29 strokes per minute, with about 12 strokes to go to the finish line, perhaps 10 strokes. She looks round just to sense where the finish line is and pick it up a little bit. So it's his final push, the last 5 strokes. As they come to the line, it's Wallingford. So we now have the other Mortlake Anglian and Alpha crew. They're at 29 strokes per minute. Again, inside the final 100 metres. And then just one more crew to complete the field, which is Vesta Boat Club. So Mortlake Anglian and Alpha coming to the line in a few moments. Vesta at 31.5 to complete the 6 crews contesting this women's club double sculls. So this next race is the final of the Junior Under 15 A8s. Once again being run as a time trial. This is for the Cooperative Funeral Care Trophy and sponsored by Crew Room. There were originally 6 entries in this event, but we believe that only 5 have arrived at the start. In lane 1, this first pair of crews coming towards us in lane 1, I think we can clearly see it's Shiplake College Boat Club. And they're racing, we believe, alongside Latimer Upper School. So Shiplake at 34, Latimer Upper School at 33.5. Shiplake, I think, just beginning to pull away from Latimer Upper. They did look to us, the perspective's a little off looking down the course, but they did look to us to have started pretty much level. And I think Shiplake are just beginning to pull away from Latimer Upper as these 2 crews, I guess, getting on for halfway over this 1500 metre time trial. So Latimer Upper School making a real race of this alongside Shiplake still. Very, very little between these 2 crews. I thought Shiplake were beginning to squeeze away, but I think Latimer Upper have had a better middle part to this race and have come back. There's very, very little between these 2 crews, both pushing each other along. Still almost nothing between these 2 crews as they come into this final 10 or 12 strokes. This final wind up to the finish line. Shiplake College closest to the enclosure. Latimer Upper School now beginning to push them hard and challenge. Shiplake still probably just with their bows in front by a canvas or so as they come towards the finish line. Latimer Upper trying to close, very, very close between these 2 crews. Shiplake, Latimer Upper coming to the line almost together. I obviously don't know exactly where they were relative to each other at the start, but a really good race between those 2 all the way down the course. Next crew coming towards us is crew 91, King's College School. KCS were at 37 as they approach the 1750 metre mark. And then following up behind KCS in the red and white kit are Radley, who are ahead of Eton in the dark blue. Radley at 33 strokes per minute. I think they're pulling away from Eton. But coming towards the finish line, first of all, King's College School from Wimbledon, KCS, with about 4 strokes to go to the finish line. Eton just beginning to sort of drop off, or Radley beginning to pull away, I should perhaps say it. Eton at 31, perhaps not coping all that well with these conditions. Just a little bit of a lack of cohesion maybe in their crew compared to Radley, who running the boat along quite smoothly. So it'll be Radley coming to the line and then being followed in the dark blue kit by Eton College. And so we have Eton College just coming to the line in this junior under 15 A8s for the Cooperative Funeral Care Trophy, and this event sponsored for us by Crew Room, and our thanks to them and to all of our sponsors today for their financial support. We really appreciate it. So let's just quickly run through the official result of those last 3 races, which will be first of all the club singles, and this was a win for A. Prendergast of Shandon Boat Club, Cork, Republic of Ireland. This is over the 1500 metre course, of course, so time 6 minutes 18.0 seconds. Second was Boddington of Griffin Boat Club, 6 minutes 22.0. Third, Moles of Upper Thames Rowing Club, a time of 6 minutes 55.0. Fourth was Fergus of Abingdon. Fifth was George of Cardiff, and sixth, Bainan of Cardiff. So Prendergast from Shandon takes home the silverware with a margin of 4 seconds over Boddington of Griffin. In the women's club doubles, the win goes to Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha A crew, a time of 6 minutes 48.3 seconds. Second was Kingston Rowing Club Edgar crew, 6 minutes 54.2. Third was Wallingford, 6:54.3, so only 0.1 of a second between Kingston and Wallingford for second and third place. Fourth, Mortlake Anglian and Alpha's B crew. Fifth were Vesta, and 2 more crews did not start. And then that last event we've just witnessed, the junior under 15A 8s. Must admit, I thought they looked to be rowing very comfortably and very competitively. The win goes to Radley, a time of 5 minutes 15.9 seconds. Runners up were Latimer Upper School, 5 minutes 18.4. Third was Shiplake, 5 minutes 23.3. Fourth were King's College School, fifth were Eton.
We now have the women's J18 singles sculls, which is underway, and we're waiting for the scullers to heave into sight. This is the women's J18 singles sculls event for the Wallingford Skiff Regatta Cup, sponsored by Sean Morris. So there's still some way down the course, so there's not much to say at the moment, but as soon as they appear, we'll let you know what's going on. So there's 7 boats in this event, and a few seagulls scattered around here and there. Right, now the scullers in the women's J18 singles have just about passed the 1250 metre mark, or at least the leading boats in the order have, and it looks as if, difficult to see the numbers from here, we think it may be Evans of Evesham and Donaldson of Abingdon were the first two boats to approach us. Evesham the dark top in the inner lane, lane 1, and Evans in the dark top in lane 1, and Donaldson of Abingdon, the green top in lane 2. Passing the 1500 metre mark. It's Evans in lane 1. I can't say leading, but in terms of the sequence in which they're being timed, it's Evans in front of Donaldson, Evans of Evesham in front of Donaldson of Abingdon. Evans now striking 26. Evans of Evesham, number 517 in boat lane number 1 at 26. And the sculler Donaldson from Abingdon at 27. Following them, we think we've got Poplar Blackburn, not Poplar Blackburn, interesting, no. We've got Wüttrich of Headington School and Dooley of Agecroft. Wüttrich is at 33. Appears to be closing the gap on the Abingdon sculler in front of her. Wüttrich now approaching the timeline. And the sculler from Agecroft, which is Dooley, is at 26, crossing the timeline now. The next sculler to approach the line is the Poplar Blackburn district representative, which is Stewart, 519, at 31. Now the next sculler approaching line is Samuel of Globe. The Globe sculler approaches the line, 30, that's Samuel Globe crossing the line at the rate of 30. And the last competitor in this event will be Lewis of Cardiff City. About 50 metres to go, striking 30. So this is approaching the line now. Lewis of Cardiff City, the final competitor in the women's J18 single sculls. So Lewis of Cardiff is crossing the line now. And that's all the competitors in the women's J18 single sculls.
So it's a lower standard than champion.
We now have the final of the club double sculls for the Chairman's Challenge Cup, sponsored by Model Boathouse Limited. And we have the first two boats now approaching the 1500 metre mark, and we think that they are at this range. We can't really see. We think it's Shandon from Ireland. Oh no, I'm being corrected. It's not Shandon. We think it may be Eden Excelsior and Shiplake College. Right. So yes, we can now see that it's 4-1 the Eden Excelsior double, and just behind them 4-1 the Shiplake College crew. So they're passing or approaching the 1750 metre mark in the final of the club double sculls. Eden Excelsior now striking 30, possibly pulling away from Shiplake College. Eden Excelsior look very strong. Eden Excelsior now up to 33. Behind Shiplake, we have the next two crews. We'll identify those in just a moment. Shiplake College behind Eton Excelsior. Shiplake at 32. Eton Excelsior crossing the line now, looking very strong. Now, after Shiplake College, we have Molesey Boat Club, crew number 416, and Poplar Blackburn District crew 415. Oh, 416, Molesey Boat Club, striking 36. Certainly giving it a go as they approach the finish line. And behind them, Poplar. It looked to us just then as if the Molesey crew would increase the gap between them and Poplar Blackburn District, as far as we can tell. So we now have Henley Rowing Club 417 and Broxbourne 418. Henley Rowing Club in lane 1, Broxbourne lane 2. And they're having a good ding-dong as they approach the line, 100 metres to go. You can't really make much meaningful comparison between them, especially as, of course, it's the time that they do that's counting, not their actual position here. Those two crews cross the line more or less level in terms of physical position, but we don't know, of course, what the result of the actual race is on the basis of time. So that was the final of Club Double Sculls, and there's one more event, which is the Women's Challenge 8s, which should be starting very soon. Well, the final race is the Women's Challenge 8 for the 8th Centenary Challenge Cup, sponsored by Queen Bee Athletics. And the crews are on the course, and the first ones have started. And at this range, difficult to identify certainly, but it looks as if it might be Lady Eleanor Holly's School, it might be Molesey, and then Headington School, the second crew to start. But we need them to come a little bit closer before we can identify them from the numbers. Well, now we think that the first two crews to come into sight at this range are Molesey in lane 1 and Headington School in lane 2. And the Molesey crew, or the crew we think is Molesey, are at 33, and the Headington School crew at 34. And at this range, and to my inexpert eye, I would say that it looks as if Headington have closed a bit on Molesey in this first part of the race, but it's difficult to be certain. So those first two crews appear to be passing 1,000-metre mark. Just approaching the 1,000-metre mark. And the Molesey crew, we think it's the Molesey crew, maintaining a pretty steady 33. Headington, a pretty steady 34. Well, as the crews approach the commentary position, Molesey, we think it's Molesey, are at 33. Headington also at 33. So it's Molesey in lane 1 and Headington in lane 2. And we note from our position here how much the water is calming down, or becoming perfect conditions again at the end of the day, of course. Molesey crossed the line, and now Headington crossed the line. And the next crew to approach our position here is Henley Rowing Club, 108. Henley Rowing Club approaching the line at 35. Henley Rowing Club crew. Right, now we have the City of Oxford crew, number 109, and the Headington School B crew, number 110. Followed by a flotilla of umpires launches. City of Oxford moving away from the 1750 metre mark, pursued by the Headington B crew. City of Oxford 36. Headington B crew at 33. City of Oxford crossed the line. And the Headington B crew about 50 yards to go. Headington B crew crossing the line now. Right.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings our regatta to a conclusion. The 65th Wallingford Regatta is now over. I'd just like to finish with some acknowledgements. I'd like to say thank you for all their support to British Rowing, to Brent Safety for providing the recovery launches, safety launches on the water, on both the lakes, the warm-up lake and the race lake. Of course, to Eton College Services Limited for allowing us to use this magnificent facility here at Eton Dorney. Thames Regional Rowing Council, Wallingford School, the Loo Company, and Mina Jones-Walters for the front cover illustration to our programme. To all of our sponsors who've provided financial support to our regatta this day, and most especially to the many members, mostly of Wallingford Rowing Club, but also of a number of other organisations who've been here as officials all day. Some of them from very early this morning. Some of them still have some work to do before we will finish. So to every one of them, a huge thank you. And of course, to you, our patrons, to competitors. We are sorry that we had to switch the regatta around from side-by-side racing, but the conditions caused the race committee to have to abandon our previous plan and to run with the not the side-by-side racing, but the time trial racing. And to our spectators, we've enjoyed having you all with us. Hope to see you again soon. Have a safe journey home, and good night from us.